Everybody ready to go, right? Okay, my computer says it's 10 a.m., so on February 2nd. So at this time, I call to order the Douglas County Board of County Commissioners meeting for February 2nd, 2023. And I ask you all to please silence your portable and devices, your electronic devices, so that we don't interrupt speakers. And I would ask you at this time to stand and remove your hats if appropriate, and to join us in the Pledge of Allegiance to be led by Vice Chairman Wesley Rice today.
If you'll join me in the pledge, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. At this time, we'll go into public comment. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes per speaker unless additional time is granted by the board chairperson. The Board of Commissioners uses timing lights that are controlled by Vice Chair Rice to ensure that everyone has an opportunity to speak. You'll see a green light when you begin, and then a yellow light which indicates you have 30 seconds left and should conclude your comments. Once the light turns red, we ask you to please sit down. In addition to opening public comment will also be taken on administrative agenda items that are identified for possible action, and again at the closing of the meeting for closing public comment. If you plan to speak on a specific agenda item that is on the administrative agenda and identified for possible action, then we ask you to please provide your public comment when that agenda item is heard. So at this time, public comment will be taken on those items that are within the jurisdiction and control of the Douglas County Board of Commissioners. We ask you to approach the podium and print your name, not sign it, so that we have a clear understanding of what your name is. State your name and your time will begin when you begin, if you state your name.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Peter Ben Reese. I'm here about item number 6. And I'm sorry I can't wait around for that to come on the agenda. I'm supposed to be in Reading at a business meeting this morning. I saw this on the agenda and I wanted to comment about it. We don't oppose the Vista Grande Parkway in any way. We encourage it. But I wanted to bring to the attention of the Commissioners this handout that I placed in front of them. It's titled Vista Grande Boulevard North Extension. This is a map, and there are several other maps and other documents that are listed. And I would refer to the orange or the pink, where Vista Grande Parkway takes a turn to the left if you were going towards Jacks Valley Road, and it goes east. And what happens is we create two intersections. Instead of Vista Grande lining up with where it is naturally now, we're creating a greater traffic hazard and more congestion on Jacks Valley Road. We would like to see the residents of Summerhill Road and the people that are behind this line would like to see the road go straight across. If you look at the second page, number 2, you will see a blow up of this and a few other notes. There's a natural easement on this stretch for a water line that belongs to Douglas County. That's the hashed line that goes straight where the road we would like to see happen, straight across to Vista Grande. So there's already an easement there that can't be used for any other purpose. It can't be built on, it can't be changed in any way, but it could be a road, and it makes a lot of sense to have that happen. If you go through the other pages, there are other maps to show the easement, such as on number number 7, there's the actual map of the easement recorded with the Douglas County Assessor's Office and also Public Works. And that easement belongs to Douglas County. And if you go farther down to the very last page, you can see an overhead view, a photo of the way the road is proposed to go right now. And the Target Shopping Center would be directly across from where Vista Grande is going to intersect with the Jacks Valley Road. So that creates a lot of traffic jam and difficulty for people coming off of 395, and just creates an extra intersection which is unnecessary. A traffic circle going straight across to Vista Grande where it intersects the residential area behind Target and Home Depot makes the most sense. It's safer. It's also, all right, time's up. Do you have any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Reese. We appreciate that. Very good information. And that's one of the liberties that we've allowed is that if members of the public wish to make public comment on specific items on the agenda, then, but they have to return to work, we certainly want to respect that, and so you're certainly welcome to do that. Understanding that then once you use those 3 minutes, you can't come back when that item comes back up and use another 3 minutes. But anyways, thank you very much for your presentation. It's very good. Thank you. Additional public comment.
Good morning. My name is Anthony Spatucci. I'm with the Oliver Park GID. I wanted to come to try to get assistance or bring to the attention any help we might be able to get up in the Oliver Park District with the parking issue. Right now we have the ordinance at 10.12.070 that doesn't allow parking in the winter time. But we really need to look at something for the summertime because on the bus route, we're having major problems with the parking there where it's starting to bottleneck everything into one lane. So we have to come up with some type of plan here in the near future before the other ordinance is up so that we don't have any issues with the bus, because if there's ever an accident with that bus, we lose that bus route for all the people up there. So that means a bunch of kids don't have a way and they got to cross the highway, I believe, to go to Kale. So it definitely needs to be something. Laura Drive and Kale Drive are already no parking up there. So we just need to figure out a way to make it where it's not so bad up there. Realistically, no parking would be the better issue. That area was never made for what it is right now. So we're just not looking to be the overflow for all the apartments and townhouses up there. That would be the biggest thing. So if we could get some help trying to figure out a solution for that, it would be greatly appreciated. I have contacted a few of you to work on things, so any information, you can get a hold of me. One other issue that there would be, you may want to consider at the parking garage, that's kind of being used as a storage unit at this point. There are quite a few cars that are, there's one with no license plate, a few that aren't registered and stuff like that, and they're just abusing a loophole up there for 72 hours. So if they keep moving their cars, they can just keep parking there. You may want to consider something like no overnight parking or anything like that, because I don't even know why I'm paying for storage right now. I might as well just park there and move every 72 hours. And there's literally one car, no license plate. It's been there like a month and a half, and there's 2 or 3 cars that have expired tags, but they back up so you don't see them. And the sheriff shouldn't have to sit there and look at these all the time. There should just be something easy for them when they drive through, like, oh, this time there's a car there. Let's look at it real quick, so they don't have to waste a lot of time going through this loophole ordinance that there is there for the 72 hours. But my bigger concern right now is the parking on Michelle and Irwin Drive. Because in the summertime, we are going to run into that problem again, and I have sent pictures of what it looks like. You can barely get one car through there, and we need 20 feet of street in order to be legal for people to pass through there. And that will not happen once the weather comes. So that's all. Thank you very much, everybody. You have a wonderful day.
Thank you.
Now for some good news. Just a couple of things regarding the PRM.
Mr. Ursick, could you state your name for the record, please?
AJ Ursic Jr., and I signed in. Regarding the Painted Rock, just a quick thing on that. Regarding the Painted Rock Mine project, recently I've had an unhurried, constructive discussion with Mr. Owens of the BLM Carson City office. I found it informative and direct. Unlike the replacements for Measures Biden and M from the BIA, it was clear that Mr. Owens was familiar with our community's position, and I look forward to working with him regarding this project. Regarding the AAC, as you all should be aware, the AAC conducted a meeting in this chamber Monday this week. I believe the meeting was a useful introduction to the new members. I found it interesting that just a few months ago, the committee was entertaining the idea of disbanding due to lack of work. Indeed, the last meeting was canceled for lack of a forum. Our Monday meeting convened for 4 hours. From my recent experience on the committee, I am encouraged that we now have forward-looking members that are dedicated to the success of the airport for the currently based owners, revisiting friends, and the Douglas County community at large. The agenda was mostly pre-established by those other than the AAC and consumed much of the meeting time on process and identifying the mission of the committee. Although these items are integral to the committee's function, little time was available for more substantive subjects. Notwithstanding, I believe the restructuring of the AAC will result in a continuous and comprehensive overview of the airport operations, tenant relations, and policies, all of which will lead to a beneficial and constructive relationship with the community and county government. The AAC endeavors to establish the culture of our airport as the most friendly and attractive airport to revisit in the state of Nevada. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional public comment here in chambers?
Ted Gaines, last meeting I tried to give you some clarification on hearsay. I gave you the permit that was signed on the bottom by an inspector that wasn't complete. It was missing a $40,000, $50,000 generator. No electrical was hooked, no gas was hooked, no nothing. He signed it, said it was okay. Our legal counsel says, well, he had somebody coming after him. That seems to be all right. Now, most of you people don't care about that, but there is 1 or 2 board members that care about it. Our county manager has said it's hearsay. Well, I gave you proof it wasn't hearsay. I have more proof that shows it wasn't there in writing by the other inspector. Now, our legal counsel sent me a nice letter saying that, oh, we got to comply to 2391, and you can't charge us. This information that I requested was willfully withheld from me. Let's remember, Tom Dallaire stood in the hallway and said, there's too much information getting out of the county. That's why we've made changes. That's our information. What are we hiding here? Now, I can prove, when I get to my charges, I will prove this information was willfully withheld from me. Our legal counsel notified the Attorney General's office. They've complied with everything. They haven't complied with anything. I've got 3 or 4 other documents, including documents that were put in place by our Planning Commission for restrictions for certain things they can't seem to find. I'm missing certain pages of them, but they're there. So there's other documents that they're willfully withholding from me. Our legal counsel meets with Mr. Dallaire. I have emails that say that. He's told me that to get me information. Why do they got to meet? Well, if I ask for all information, I should get all the information on an inspection card or whatever I'm asking for. So willfully withholding information don't follow into any of the criteria. I just want to get that on the record. I have some other stuff coming in that we're going to, our county manager keeps saying hearsay. Oh, it was a clerical error. Well, I'm going to prove to you guys it's not a clerical error. Maybe some of you don't care if you get told stories and lied to. I was brought up in an era where you don't lie to me. I don't like. You can make a mistake. Everybody makes mistakes. I make mistakes. Anybody does. But don't intentionally try to deceive or lie. Thank you. I just want to get all that on the record.
Thank you, Mr. Gaines. Appreciate it.
Jason Gibson, advocate on behalf of the people in the state of Nevada, here in Douglas County. We'll be pulling agenda items A through F this morning. Thank you for discussion. We'll also pull the consent calendar items on the administrative agenda. Thank you. Items 4, 7, 8, and 9. We'd like to recapitulate events that have occurred in the last 2 weeks. How many of you all showed for the governor's inauguration at the state capitol last week? Anybody? Silence is consent. You missed out. We happen to be involved in a world war here. Anybody awake? Nobody awake, okay.
Mr. Gibson, this is not a time for back and forth between the board
Sir,
or the
the
public.
meeting with the mayor and her inauguration on Tuesday was the most progressive facet of leadership going on in our state right now. Did anybody care to show to support the mayor's inauguration in Carson City? We're going to try to bring them here because that presentation, which is painting the path forward, is the most progressive social forum going on in Nevada today. As far as I know, I haven't been to Vegas, but Commissioner Tarkanian has been. Anyhow, you got a real mature group of folks down there who really enjoy the art of governance. We're hoping to bring them to the community center. Wonder how many city elect or public servants decided to even try to make it to either one of those events. I doubt any. We have a Chamber of Commerce program, and I know that Commissioner Gardner knows a number of these people. It says here that they have a leadership program that's designed to develop leadership. It's designed to inform community members for Douglas County, to create community leaders from all walks of life through academic training and by focusing on our community's leadership needs. Where are these people? I haven't seen any of these people from this program in any of these meetings in the last 10 months. This is another front. These are services that aren't actually provided.
Thank you, Mr. Gibson. Is there any additional public comment here in chambers?
For the record, Jim Hartman. I was last here on April the 7th of last year and urged the appointment of Jim Slade to the Planning Commission. And fortunately, I think he was appointed. Unfortunately, he was only able to serve for 4 meetings because 2 weeks ago, when he sought reappointment, his reappointment was rejected by this commission. We don't need to go into all of Jim's history, but 24-year resident here, slow growth advocate, very active in 20 years of planning issues, regular attendee of the BOCC and Planning Commission. In fact, in 20 years, I bet he's attended more Board of Commissioner meetings than our 5 members of the board have. Extensive knowledge of the master plan, involved in the master plan rewrites of 06, 11, 20, knows the growth management ordinance, Title 20, superbly qualified, in my opinion, and works from the perspective of preserving the rural character of Douglas County, which is the overwhelmingly popular view in this county. And he was rejected for reappointment, apparently under a false premise that there was no one sitting on the Planning Commission from the lake. And in fact, that was incorrect. Commissioner Walder lives at Zephyr Cove, has been chair of the Planning Commission, and in fact, right now we overrepresent with 2 of 7 planning commissioners coming from the lake. That's roughly 30% of the planning commissioners come from an area that represents about 10% of the population. Jim Slade would provide diversity and balance to a planning commission that I think is overweighted in the development direction. He's a watchdog, and that's an important role to play. The newspaper is a good watchdog, but you need private citizens to be watchdogs. This planning commission that you appoint, I don't think you need 7 Jim Slades or 4 Jim Slades, but you damn well need a Jim Slade to be an honest broker and a watchdog, and I hope this commission will rethink what they did on January 17th. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hartman. Is there any additional public comment here in chambers? Sensing none, Ms. Johnson, is there any public comment online?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marcia Johnson for the record. I do have a few people with their hand raised. Ellie, do you have opening public comment at this time?
Yes, I do. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please state your name for the record, then we'll start your time.
Ellie Waller. Sorry I cannot attend in person. Is there any news to report on the NDOT US Highway 50 project from Douglas County? I'm sorry that Commissioner Rice was not in attendance for the TRPA, Tahoe Regional Planning Agency meeting on January 25th. There was a robust public comment of approximately 15 people, I was one of them, opposed to the current proposal on the NDOT corridor that is endlessly flawed. The comments were taken into consideration during the Transportation Committee, not the entire TRPA board. Michelle Glicker, TRPA Principal Transportation Planner, engaged, also took notes, as well as the Executive Director, Julie Reagan, and said they would take another look at the Regional Transportation Plan and the US 50 corridor segment. I'm hoping Douglas County will weigh in one of these days on where they stand with their constituents. I'd also like to acknowledge that James Settlemeyer participated at his first TRPA meeting. He replaced a long-seated Jim Lawrence, Nevada Department of Conservation and Natural Resources representative. Mr. Settlemeyer will serve on the Regional Plan Implementation Committee, which vets and makes recommendations to the governing board regarding proposed amendments to the regional plan. This committee will also undertake any other policies related to and assigned by the governing board. During his first meeting, Douglas County's South Shore Area Plan to allow religious assemblies as permitted was a no-brainer and approved by the entire board. He will also participate as a community member of the Environmental Improvement, Transportation, and Public Outreach Committee. These responsibilities in environmental improvements for the lake, transportation will be on direction matters concerning transportation goals, planning, implementation, and funding related to the regional transportation plan. He should be involved with us as a Douglas County resident on US Highway 50. The additional responsibilities for public route outreach are sounding board of communication issues, strategic planning guidance, and advice. Lastly, he will serve on the Threshold Update Initiative Stakeholders Working Group. This is TRPA's strategic focus on how they collect information, analyze, and support better decisions that accelerate environmental improvement. Did anybody from Douglas County attend the Western Nevada Development District Summit? Show me the money, how to get the next grant. There was over 100 in attendance. And I also would like to echo what Mr. Hartman said about Jim Slade. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Waller. Is Marcia?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marcia Johnson for the record. Mr. Ingalls, do you have opening public comment at this time? John, do you have opening public comment at this time?
Yes,
Can you please state your name for the record? Then we'll start your time.
John Engels, Gardnerville. The last meeting, the board got gamed on this prefab housing. The master plan for the county has a portion of it which is for architectural oversight. These do not conform to that. These are cheap. And the person who is representing them, the attorney, is with the law firm out of Reno. And she's down here and been lobbying to put these things into this area. And we had been against it. Commissioner Gardner, who sets the agenda, managed to put this into the agenda. And I don't think that most of the commissioners realize that these had been turned down before. So you all got gamed. And I don't know how can you unwind it, but remember, there is an architectural oversight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ingalls. Ms. Johnson, is there any additional public comment online?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marcia Johnson for the record. I do have two more. Nancy, do you have opening public comment at this time?
I do. Nancy, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please state your name for
Thank
the
you very
record.
much.
Then we'll start your
Nancy,
time.
thank you so much. Nancy Gilbert for the record. I'm wanting to comment on issue number 9, the norms and procedures evaluation. At one of the more recent Board of County Commissioner meetings where there was the appointment of the chair and vice chair, a number of residents voiced their concern about the reappointment of the chair and vice chair in terms of controlling the agenda, and that there was an appearance of a 3-2 block on the Douglas County Board of County Commissioners. All commissioners should be able to timely add and include issues on the Board of County Commissioner agendas. The chair and vice chair should not be able to or be allowed to block or control the timely additions to the agendas. So I'd ask that they revisit that too, because of the number of constituents that raise concern about the chair and vice chair continuing to control agendas. I want to also support Mr. Hartman and Ms. Waller's comments about Jim Slate. I want to echo that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Johnson, additional?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marcia Johnson for the record. Elizabeth, do you have opening public comment at this time?
I do.
Please state your name for the record, then we'll start your time.
My name is Elizabeth Learnhardt from Zephyr Cove. I would like to give comment today about the NDOT East Shore CMP plan. Chairman, Board of Commissioners, it is my understanding that NDOT is not planning to return and update this commission in the near future on the Highway 50 East Shore CMP plan. They also canceled the road resurfacing and restriping maintenance for next year. Since their main talking point was safety on this stretch of road, I want to convey to you the disappointment of the local residents who had their hopes raised by NDOT. Since 2001, we have pleaded with NDOT to improve the driving conditions on the East Shore. And after this harsh winter, the resurfacing would have been very welcome considering the amount of damage caused by the snow. What happened to the promises of more traffic signals, center and turning lanes? We were excited about the prospects to shift tourist parking from the shoulders to safer locations. All this vanished when the lane reduction was foiled. Some were hoping there would be a recreational biking or hiking lane, hopefully safely away from motor vehicle traffic. Since Douglas County Parks and Recreation is currently re-evaluating its trail master plan, maybe there could be interest in connecting the approved Spooner Summit Trail to one of their existing trails leading to Kingsbury or State Line, such as the Overland Trail, Genoa Trail, or Pony Express Trail. These issues, once raised, linger in local residents' mind. Given the availability of federal infrastructure improvement funds, it would make sense to ask NDOT to address safety solutions. Given the paucity of communication from NDOT, it is the duty of the Douglas County Board of Commissioners to request answers from them. Formulating and voting on a resolution that expresses the Board of Commissioners' position is essential. Or should we come to the conclusion that NDOT actions show their real intent, reducing motor traffic and push woke ideas like bike lanes? The Douglas County Board of Commissioners, as well as the residents of this county, deserve to know the true reason for NDOT's action. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson, is there any additional public comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marsha Johnson for the record. At this time, there's no further public comment online.
Very good. Bring it back to the board. I just wanted to make a couple comments. Number one, the gentleman from Oliver Park, I think that's something our roads division needs to take a look at in regards to parking, right? So maybe our roads division can take a look at that issue and see what further expansion of no parking zones may be appropriate. I don't know. That's your job, right, Mr. Erb? Okay, very good. In regards to Ms. Learnhardt, it's my understanding, and Ms. Ellie Waller, it's my understanding that NDOT has chosen at this time to basically shelve the idea of the Highway 50 plan. So I don't know when they're planning on reviewing it. Ms. Learnhardt did express some concerns about turn lanes and other things that I think might be appropriate, but anyways, I don't know where they're going with it. So anyways, and we certainly don't have the ability, as I understand it, to compel a state agency to come before us and present ideas or concepts. So anyways, that's kind of where we stand on that. So I just wanted to let the public know that we're still looking at those issues. Okay, so anyways, was there any other comments from you guys? No. Okay. Then we'll go into the approval of the agenda. For possible action, approval of the proposed agenda, I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
Mr. Chairman, I understand that we want to move item number 2 to become item number 1 for presentation only, the service award.
Yeah, I don't know that requires, we just do it when we get there.
Okay. Well, in that case, I move that the agenda be approved as presented.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Rice, seconded by Commissioner Noah Sad to approve the agenda as presented. Since any other discussion? Sensing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes 5-0. We will now recess as the Douglas County Board of Commissioners and convene as the Douglas County Liquor Board. This board serves, the 5 members of this board serve as that board, as well as the inclusion of our Sheriff Coverly. So this item, when we take action, it will have 6 votes available. So item, I guess it's 1, for possible action, discussion to approve the packaged retail and caterers and entertainment endorsement on an existing on-site unrestricted retail liquor license for Willow Bend Land Partners LLC, DBA The Pink House, represented by owner and manager Isaac Marr and owner Stephanie Mullen. Isaac Marr and Stephanie Mullen have signed a waiver of notice of hearing. Willow Bend Land Partners LLC, DBA The Pink House, is located at 193 Genoa Lane, Genoa, Nevada, 89411. That's being presented by Captain Mitch Tarian.
Good morning, Captain Ron Mitchell for the Douglas County Sheriff's Office. If this item sounds familiar, they were before the board on January 19th for their liquor license, which was granted. Today, we're adding these additional licenses. They've completed all the paperwork and requirements, and the Sheriff's Office is not in objection.
Commissioners, questions? Oh, okay. Commissioners? Or Mr. Coverly, questions? No questions? Okay, so this is for possible action, so at this time we'll go to public comment on that item. Is there public comment here in chambers? Captain?
1, 2. Jason Gibson with the Citizens Coalition for Justice in Douglas County. The Health Committee met twice last month to discuss health and the obstructions to it. The DUI pie chart shows that the number one crime that's being policed in this county is related to alcoholism. DUIs are number one. My mother died, almost died. She came back, broke most of the bones in her body over an alcohol-related incident. My father, who's a commercial trucker, was hit head-on, nearly killed, managed to tell the tale, but it probably cut 10 years off his life, and he lived the rest of his life in pain. Every other time we come to meet here, you guys are passing more liquor licenses. What that means, when these people don't show up to represent themselves, at least they could show up to represent themselves, but that means that the sheriff is stepping in to represent for them. And Mark Gardner being the chair of that board, that means that Chair Gardner and the sheriff are directly responsible for those incidents and those accidents, like the one on January 8th with Mark Jackson's prosecuting attorney rolling his vehicle on Topsy Lane, almost killing himself and others. That means you're directly responsible. That means after we come for the bonds, we go for your personal property. If we find out these people have been drinking at the establishments that you endorse and the liquor industry that you've built that's destroyed the social fabric of this valley and replaced it with alcoholism and broken social fabric where nobody wants to do anything but retreat home and drink until they pass out, where your veterans can't even get the care that they need without becoming alcoholic because they can't pacify the pain in their bodies with organic alternatives, where your county's still fighting a drug war that's over, allocating hundreds of thousands of dollars to fight hemp, cannabis, CBD, organic alternatives, and allocating $1,000 instead for DUI alcohol education. It's so obvious what's happening here. And it's obvious that you don't plan on fixing it because you're making way too much money with the status quo. That's why we can't get anything done. Everybody's comfortably numb, laughing their way to the bank. They're not in sync with this mission statement here, this one that goes to 2022. I can punch at least a dozen holes in this thing. Those words don't mean anything.
Is there an additional public comment on this item in chambers? Ms. Johnson, is there any public comment online regarding this?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marsha Johnson for the record. At this time, there's no public comment online.
I'll bring it back to the board. Any further questions of Mr. Captain Mitcharian? No? What's that? Yeah?
I would remind everybody in the room, and I'm sure you're all adults and know this already, but when you make a decision to do something, whose responsibility is it? Right, lady touched her nose. Everybody in the room who elects to drink is responsible for what goes on afterwards. The government cannot institute a law to make you responsible. And put it the other way, it doesn't make a rule for you to try to avoid the law. This is what one of the presenters wants us to do. So I'm not in favor of whatever Mr. Gibson said.
Any further comments by the commissioners? Okay, then I'll entertain a motion to approve the package retail cater and entertainment endorsement for the existing on-site unrestricted for Willow Bend Land Partners as presented.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Noasad, seconded by Commissioner Rice to approve the package retail caterers and entertainment endorsement on the existing on-site unrestricted retail liquor license for Willow Bend Land LLC DBA The Pink House as presented. Since no other discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes 6-0. Thank you. Thank you, Captain Nicharian.
Thank you. And I'd like to say effective next week, I'm being reassigned to the jail division. Captain Joe Duffy will be assigned to the administrative division and taking over my duties on this board. In the last 4 years, it's been a pleasure to serve on this committee and working with all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your service, Captain Nicharian. Appreciate it. Good luck in the jail. Okay, so no further items on the liquor board, so we'll adjourn as the Douglas County Liquor Board and reconvene as the Board of County Commissioners. I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar as presented.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the consent calendar as presented, items A through G.
Thank you.
Second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Rice, seconded by Commissioner Noasad to approve the consent calendar, items A through G. Any discussion?
I just was going to note that we did have a member of the public ask to pull everything, but I see on the paragraph explaining that any items that are requested to be pulled also need a specific statement as to why the person is making the request to have it pulled. And we didn't get that, and we don't have any indication of any real purpose to discuss.
Thank you. Okay, so thank you. I go to, we don't have public comment on this item, so anyways, we don't have public comment on this item. Thank you, Mr. Gibson. So the commissioners, all those in favor of approving the consent calendar as presented, A through G, please signify by saying aye.
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 Thank you. Motion passes 5-0. Mr. Gibson, I would ask you to read page 1 of the agenda, which indicates your privileges as the public. If you want to be disruptive, if you wish to be disruptive, you may leave. Thank you. We'll now go to the administrative agendas. There is going to be, I'm going to move 2 items. We're going to have the presentation of the ceremonial presentation of an employee service award, item number 2, in advance of item number 1. I hope that the representatives of BLM would indulge us in that regard for a short presentation for their ceremonial presentation. In addition to that, our plans are to go through this agenda as presented today, with moving item number 9, review and the update of the County Commissioners' norms and procedures, to just before item number 12. So our plans are to go through and try to get all of this done prior to noon, and then we'll take a 1-hour break and come back and tackle the norms and procedures, which gives us the ability to devote as much time as we wish to on that item. I hope that's in concurrence with the board. So thank you. So at this time, we'll go to item number 2 for presentation only, ceremonial presentation of an employee service award to Karis Drake for 25 continuous years of service to Douglas County. Sheriff Coverly is going to be doing this, and I'll come down and join him. So please indulge me a little bit of time. Walter Brennan. Yes,
Well, thank you very much. These are always they're fun for me. I enjoy recognizing the wonderful men and women that work at the Sheriff's Office. I've known Karis my entire career. I think we started the same year in 1997, doing different things, but I really got to know Karis when I was the admin captain over the records division, and she taught me everything that I needed to know. She runs a tight ship in there. It's one of they have more fun than any other section within the Sheriff's Office. They are very festive anytime a holiday comes around. We dress up for Halloween. I've dressed up more in the last 4 years than I ever have in my entire life. But it's been great. Karis, her knowledge of records it's a heavy lift. She's in charge of our NCIC with the FBI, all of our warrants. She does all of our CCWs. She does a lot of the outdoor festival permits and stuff like that. The requirements that the public needs to have an event or host an event. The requirements there, and then just the mass dissemination of information that people are requesting from the Sheriff's Office at any given day. I think they have more contact with the public probably than our line staff. People are always at the counter getting information and stuff. They do a great job, and it is in large part due to Karis's leadership and direction. She's an absolute pleasure to work with. I love her to death. I can't see not having her there, so the deal is as long as I'm there, you're there. So I don't know, Bob, I hope that doesn't mess in her husband's, Bob's here today. But I hope that doesn't mess any plans. But I can't be without her, okay? So you're going to have to share her. That's all there is to it. But Karis does an awesome job. She's an excellent example to everybody else in the department. And like I said, I just treasure her. So thank you very much for all the time we've had. And we just got to stick it out, right? All right. Thank you.
So before we allow members of the public to possibly offer a congratulations, or before we have you speak, okay, I should have clarified that. Before we have you address the public, anyways, a milestone. Whenever we can have an employee that stays in Douglas County, that's what we enjoy. We really enjoy these milestones, and so we appreciate. And obviously, if it wasn't a great work environment, you wouldn't be there. And so, Dan's predecessor and himself, I'm sure, offered a good work environment. So we, on behalf of the Board of Commissioners, we really appreciate your service. And as Dan said, we look forward to many more years. Maybe a 50-year pin. But
Yes.
anyways, please.
I had to write this down in case I forgot it, and I dropped it out of my pocket, so.
There you go.
I just want to say thank you for hiring me 25 years ago. It's been an honor, and I'm very proud to work for the Douglas County Sheriff's Department for the last 25 years. The Sheriff's Department truly is a family, and they care about each and every citizen in Douglas County. And maybe I'll be back here in 5 more years for a 30-year proclamation. Thank you.
Yeah, well, he's not going to cut that into the
Oh,
picture.
good.
Okay, thank you. Congratulations. Okay, now we will go to item number 1 for presentation only. This will not allow, we will not allow public comment, so if you want to have additional public comment on this particular item, I know there's already been a little, but you can also, at the end of the meeting, on closing public comment. Update from the U.S. Department of Interior, Bureau of Land Management, BLM, Carson City District Office, of the BLM's activities in Douglas County and surrounding areas. And I believe Ms. Kim Dow, the Carson City District Manager, is not here today, but is being presented by, my notes say, Brady Downs, the acting Sierra Front Field Manager. Is that correct, Mr. Owens?
That is correct, Mr.
Okay,
Chair.
thank you.
All right. First of all, I appreciate the opportunity to come here, speak, give you all an update. I'll start out by introducing myself. I'm Brady Owens, acting Sierra Front Field Office Field Manager. And we've got quite the agenda that we've hammered out before. I'll do my best to... Roger. I'll do my best to continue through this agenda without repeating myself too much and keeping things moving. But as indicated on our summary, the first item is Painted Rock Mine, EA, which has been an ongoing issue for the residents around Johnson Lane. And this is an item that I know has been before the board numerous times. While the BLM is not the lead agency on this environmental assessment, we are participating in the process. And with that, what we can say is that there have been some progress made on the contracts going forward for the additional areas of study. And that's being handled through the Bureau of Indian Affairs as the lead agency and on with the proponent. So we are not party to that particular process. We're just simply aware that it is moving forward. So the promises that were made for the additional study that was brought about by public comment on this process, that's moving forward. And we'll continue on with that and hopefully have even more progressive updates as things go on where we've got more to talk about. We can move on to Van Sickle Conservation Easement. The Van Sickle Conservation Easement is hopefully going to be developing opportunities for trail-based recreation soon here in Douglas County. And one of the things that's going on with it presently is we are soliciting a contract for the title of this parcel and for this conservation easement. And that is ideally going to be accomplished this week or next. So once that happens, the title company will come in, we'll issue a title, and progress through the rest of our process to get this done and nailed down with some finality. Just an item of interest, not necessarily in Douglas County, was the Wilson Canyon landslide. We did want to put that in there since it does impact residents who have business and friends and relatives on the other side of that landslide along Highway 208. We were involved fairly early in this process. There's not a great deal of intersection with the BLM here. We did, however, coordinate should we need to be involved. We have a categorical exclusion that allows NDOT, federal highways, to do the work necessary to ensure safety and restore that to that area. The removal of material, hazard trees, hazard rocks, all of these things is something we've got a great deal of flexibility on. And there's nothing that we are required to do that will hold up this process in any way. In fact, all of our work can be done retroactively so that this can be restored, that service to those people needing to go to and from Yerington is highest priority in addition to health and safety for all our folks. Then Indian Creek, another item of interest, not necessarily in Douglas County. We are trying to move ahead with getting some reseeding done. We do have some contracts out for solicitation at this point for some sage reseeding, for some sagebrush seedlings, but we also do have several thousand Jeffrey pine seedlings that we got in kind of an accidental windfall where a sugar pine group had these extra seedlings and gave it to us. They're currently in winter storage in their dormant state. And as we get closer to weather conditions being favorable for a planting, we're hoping to take into account the suggestion of this board and engage volunteers, potentially scout groups, and other community members into restoring kind of the area that they enjoy so much. As for the Nevada-wide RMP revision, this would update and revise all of the resource management plans for all the offices in the Bureau of Land Management in Nevada. And that is still moving ahead with inventories and assessments related to wild and scenic rivers, wilderness character, and lands with wilderness characteristics, as well as some visual resource management inventories. Fortunately, I can say for the Carson City District, much of that data was already collected and is still up to date, will be reviewed here and there just to make sure it is as current as possible during the last resource management plan effort for the district. As for the Sierra Front field manager vacancy, as mentioned, I'm sitting in the acting chair. I've been here since October 24th and will be staying at least until April 16th at this point. That will be pending a permanent selection that could cut me short, could extend me permanently. We'll have to wait and see how that process plays out. And that wraps up my initial update. Are there any questions, concerns, comments?
Commissioners. Commissioner Hales.
One quick question. How would a potential volunteer group track the opportunity on the seedlings?
That's something that we often post through our social media pages. We also reach out, and honestly, any community group looking for volunteer opportunities on public lands is welcome to call us anytime to try to just raise their awareness. We can't always guarantee that we remember everybody all the time or that we'll have opportunities when people have availability, but we encourage the opportunity to work with the public and our various groups, and we absolutely adore that time. It's some of our best and most fulfilling work on the ground, doing the things we love to do with the public that we serve. So I encourage every group, scoutmasters, anyone who wants to get out on the public lands to contact us with ideas. Just because we're out there doesn't mean we know all the great things that the public sees. Any of that, we'd love to see the opportunities in front of us so that we can better capitalize on them and the public can get what they need in terms of their fulfillment as well as the improvements of their public lands.
Commissioner Tarkanian.
I just have one question too. Under the painted mine, it says additional actions include an authorization by Douglas County for use of Johnson Lane. So Douglas County does not give this authorization. Does the project dead?
That I'm unsure of. That's going to be related to your portion of the right-of-way. I can't speak to the business and what their model is going to be. I don't know if they have additional alternatives, if this will change their routes or any of that. We're not in a position to be able to tell businesses how to run per se. If they choose a different alternative and we go through the process to analyze it as we have this one, they may find other alternatives.
Commissioner Nosat.
Yes. I recall that when we first encountered this, that the folks who want to use the painted rock, quote unquote, rock mine, couldn't do a alternate route because they couldn't afford it. So I come to ask the commissioners and everybody else in the room, are we in business to ensure that business is successful?
Commissioner Morris.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know that, excuse me, there's been a great deal of, shall we say, consternation from the community at large in that area. It seems to me that one of the largest objections to the Painted Rock quarry is that they want to use our streets to move their product. And one of the things that we have asked is that they change the route and build a road so they will not be going through our neighborhoods. Is there any possibility that that can happen in the future?
That I'm unsure of because generally speaking, we can potentially analyze such alternatives, maybe. It depends on what the proponent wishes to propose as an alternative. We can analyze most things. However, we cannot compel an operator of any particular type to follow. We can only authorize what we authorize, and if they decide that that is congruent with their business model and wish to go forward, they are able. If not, then they do not have the authorization to go that direction. There will be continued public comment with the environmental assessment, and we'll see what we can do. As not being a lead agency, it's difficult for me to say what it is. Our piece is very, very small. We simply are that singular right-of-way that connects the county's roads to that private parcel that's administered through the BIA. So that's where we are in a very small piece. So it's difficult for me to really get into the process of what the BIA is willing, able to do, because their regulatory set is a little unfamiliar.
So I had a couple of questions, Mr. Owens, yeah. I'm looking at the bullet point on Painted Rock Mine, also the EA. Bullet point number 3, the next step is for BIA to work with BLM and Douglas County to identify data gaps and determine what additional information and/or studies will be needed to address concerns raised in the public comment process. This portion of the process is waiting on bids from contractors to perform the studies to provide additional information. What is the timeline on, is there a timeline in regards to that process and bids from the contractors?
That is going to depend on the Bureau of Indian Affairs, since they are running it. I do know that there have been there have been 3 bids submitted for this contract. That's being reviewed. They are going to go through the normal contracting process and then go to award. I'm unfamiliar with the BIA's particular contracting processes, so I'm not sure what their timeline is. And I'm honestly, since we are not necessarily going to be the lead agency, I don't believe I've been presented with the statement of work to have actually read what was particularly solicited as far as what they feel they need for their analysis.
Okay. As I have looked at the maps, and I've actually been out there up Johnson Lane to Painted Rock Mine, it appears that the shortest route to Douglas County roads is that about a 2-mile connection. Okay, if they were to develop a different route coming out of Painted Rock to get to, and obviously their goal is to get aggregate out to 395 and go either north or south on that. But if, so you would become greater involved I would think that maybe you would become greater involved because it would take a greater portion of access to BLM property, BLM designated property to do an alternate route. Am I missing something there? Or?
It's going to depend. We don't necessarily change. Just for us, I guess the action is fairly similar one way or the other without some particular trigger to change, whether that's an environmental trigger, what have you. You know, we have a myriad of those things, whether it crosses into habitat of listed species, cultural resources, et cetera, and that might change the level of analysis needed to change, to authorize that particular route. But for the most part, since we are already in the environmental assessment, it simply would change the level that we would need to review for our portion to authorize that. It wouldn't necessarily increase our involvement. It would simply increase the workload that we would need to do to ensure compliance with laws, rules, regulations, and policies to authorize or not such an activity.
Okay, thank you. I think our main concern is certainly, and we certainly don't want to discourage business, but at the same point in time, we need to respect the quality of life of our residents, and certainly going through the short distance of public land there is not the big concern. It's once it gets into Douglas County, once it starts using our roads and going through neighborhoods, there's a tremendous concern. So I hope that you and your other fellow associates and Kim, Ms. Dow, understand our major concerns is I believe is just going through residential neighborhoods and the quality of life that those residents are going to have restricted. So anyways, okay.
We certainly are empathetic to your needs because you have your mission and you've got what you've committed to your constituents. And, we're glad to have you at the table talking with the rest of us so that we can hear you out and best serve the public as we can.
Thank you very much. Any further, Commissioner Hales?
I just want to echo the concerns that have been raised about Painted Rock, and I just want to state that I'm aware that this is a very complex and vexing problem, and I've heard the concerns, I understand, and I'm in agreement with the serious concerns, but how to solve them is elusive. Yeah.
Yes, it is. Thank you. And of course, Commissioner Hales is new to this. I mean, she's watched this as a member of the public, but now she's directly involved with it as a commissioner. So anyways, I appreciate your comments. Okay, is there any additional public comments from the commissioners? Seeing none, Mr. Owens, thank you very much. Are you a candidate for this permanent position, or?
As far as I know, currently, yes.
Oh, okay. Okay, we'll leave it at that. Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. I appreciate it.
Thank you for your time.
Yeah. Okay, we'll proceed to item number 3 for possible action, discussion to appoint 2 qualified applicants to the Genoa Town Advisory Board to fill 2 vacancies for the term of February 2nd, 2023 through December 31st, 2026, being presented by, I believe, Town Manager David Qualls. Did I got that name right this time?
Like it's on. There we go. Thank you. For the record, David Qualls, Town Manager, Genoa. The Genoa Town Advisory Board currently has 2 vacancies. I announced those vacancies on the town's webpage, the Record Courier, and posting within the town of Genoa. At the end of that, 5 applications were received, and all 5 were confirmed to be Genoa residents living within the town boundaries and are qualified electors of Douglas County. At the January 4th, 2023 Genoa Town Advisory Board meeting, only 3 of the 5 qualified applicants attended. All 3 applicants whom attended were interviewed by the board. After discussion, the board voted unanimously to recommend A. Alex Alexander and Charles C. Gould to the Douglas County Board of Commissioners for consideration of final appointment. Both of those candidates were slated to be here this morning to address the board and answer any questions that you might have. Unfortunately, Mr. Gould had an emergency and notified me as I was coming up the steps that he was en route to the emergency room. So Mr. Alexander is present, is seated here, and can answer any questions that the board might have of him.
Commissioners, any questions of Mr. Qualls in this process or Mr. Alexander? Okay.
Quick, who was the third person that showed up?
The third person was Doug Martin.
Commissioner Hales, questions?
I would like to hear from Mr. Alexander just briefly about the 3 main concerns facing the town.
Alex Alexander, for the record. 3 main concerns. Well, we have many issues there. I've been on the board now for 2 years, and Candy Dance, I think, is our number 1 because that's our only source of income, or one of our only sources. And probably number 2 is traffic. We have a lot of speeders that zoom through our town, and noise. Those are the big 3 ones, I think.
Other commissioners? So I have a couple of questions.
Yes, sir.
And mostly addressed, and Mr. Qualls probably would be more appropriate to answer this question than, and I know that you just became the town manager in September.
Yes, sir.
So I have some, I don't have any issues with the applicants, okay? I have issues with the process, okay? And I want to make sure that that is very clear. I have problems with the process. When you have a 5-member board and we have a primary election in this county that selects where the parties select their candidates to go forward to the general election. In the case of the GIDs and in the case of towns, it's not a partisan thing, it's a nonpartisan thing. So at that time, each of the GIDs and each of the towns have an opportunity to have candidates come before them. The public has opportunities for the candidates to come before them and go through the election process, where the town itself or that precinct then selects the town, the citizens, the voters select the candidates, not the town board members select the candidates. So, and this has happened before. I've watched this happen before. I think the previous 3 members that are now on also avoided the election process. So the only reason you have vacancies now is because no candidates stepped up during the primary and filed for election and then did not carry forward. So as you're indicating, 5 members applied. 5 members for 2 positions should have gone through the primary and have the town voters select those people, not the 3 members of the town board. So that's my main concern here. And I think it's important that we send this message not only to the town of Genoa, but all the other GIDs as well that are avoiding the election process and disenfranchising voters within those districts. That does not sit well with my stomach, okay? So, well, once again, I don't have any problem with the 2 people that were selected. I have a problem with the process. We shouldn't even be hearing this as a Board of Commissioners because the voters of Genoa should have selected their new town members back in November during the general election. So I think that message needs to be sent to your board that we hopefully will not see this come before this board in the future because it's not necessary to come. The only time it's necessary for that to come before us is when you have a member of a board, whether it be a GID or a town, resign, and then that board can select the unexpired term of that individual opening, okay, as I've seen happen. And then if they can't come to a conclusion, then they can recommend names to the board and we can then select. But you happen to be the target today. I hope you don't take it personal, okay? It's just, once again, I'm troubled by the process, okay? We have an election process in the county and I wish to respect that. So anyways.
Absolutely. Thank you, Chairman Gardner, for those comments.
Sure, Mr.
First of all, I concur with what Chairman Gardner said. It's a great point. But I wanted to ask you about Cindy Webb. She did not show up for the interview, and did she give a reason why?
Ms. Webb emailed me a couple days before the meeting stating that she was in Arizona, out of town, and therefore wanted to recuse herself from the selection process.
To be taken off?
Yes, sir, via email.
Any other questions by the board? This is a possible action, so we will entertain public comment on this. So, and then we'll come back to see if you have any other questions. So, public comment.
Mr. Chairman, as a Genoan, I don't live in the town of Genoa. And I think one of the challenges here actually is There are only 138 residents of Genoa that can serve on these committees. And one of the real challenges is to find people willing to serve in a community that's pretty small universe of people who are subject to service on our advisory committee. So that's one of the struggles here, is to find people that are willing to serve.
I appreciate that, Mr. Hartman, but 5 people did come forward. 5 people did come forward. So, you know, I mean, just an observation, right? Is there any additional public comment here, Chambers? Sure.
Alex Alexander for the record. Mr. Chairman, of the 5 people, they all had a chance to sign up before the election to run for it. The 2 people that stepped down, I was one of them. The reason I stepped down was because I was out of the country during the time of registration for the election, and I was unable to participate in the election. And during that time, and the other candidates that came before you had the same situation. It was in the middle of the election period, and so they were unable to go in front of the town to get elected. Okay.
Thank you. We're in public comment right now, so we'll come back and we'll get comments from the board before we go into the action item. Any other public comment here in Chambers? Sensing no other public comment, Ms. Johnson, is there any public comment online?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marcia Johnson for the record. At this time, there's no public comment online.
Okay, so we'll bring it back to the board. Once again, I want to stress the fact that you're only the target today. It's an overall concept, okay, and that's what I wanted to bring. You know, you just happened to be on the agenda, so that gave us the opportunity to do that. So I just want to, and as our clerk treasurer, Amy Bergens, and she runs the elections also, her elections are in her office. We just don't want to, we want to make sure that we don't disenfranchise voters in the county from having an opportunity to select their representatives on all these boards. That's very important to me. So Commissioner Hales, you had additional comments?
Yeah, I appreciate the explanation. I think it'd be good information for Ms. Bergens to explain how a person can, what do you call it? File when they're not in the country.
Thank you, Commissioner Hales. Charlotte, I'm so bad with last names. So this does happen. Candidate filing is only open per NRS for a very short amount of time, but we do have a lot of people that file when they're not in the area. You can have the packet notarized and sent to us. You can email it to us as soon as it's done, and then call in with payment or send the payment. So this does happen, and I will say, there's a lot of the smaller jurisdictions, whether it's a GID or one of the towns that you don't really see them on the ballot because maybe there's 2 vacancies and 2 people applied and then they're automatically declared elected. So they don't even end up on the ballot. So even if it's only 1 or 2 people and there's 2 vacancies, the process is the process to allow the people to be given the opportunity to know that these people have come forward. Along with that, when you're just appointed, you don't get the vital information that you need from our office necessarily to be able to be filing the correct paperwork with the Secretary of State. There's a reason why there's a complete packet that we give when you file for candidacy. Has all the information that you need, the legal backing of why you have to file financial disclosures. Even if you're appointed, those still apply to you. The Secretary of State is enforcing that. We do have people in the county that have not, that were candidates or are declared elected or were elected that are not filing the correct paperwork and they're being charged by the Secretary of State's office for failing to do so. There's a process for a reason, and when we have entities circumventing that to put the people that they want on their boards, it takes away the rights of the people to vote for those people that are going to be representing them. So obviously, thank you, Mark, for bringing it up. It's not just Town of Genoa, but I do appreciate that you guys came forward so that we could have this discussion. It's a lot bigger than just one entity that is doing this. So thank you.
Any further comments by the commissioners? Thank you, Ms. Bergens, for that explanation. That's good. Maybe during the next election, we need to send out to the GIDs and the towns exactly what we need to do and to ensure that we're not disenfranchising voters. Ms. Bergens, you had additional comments?
Yes, we did bring this to the attention of the towns and the boards this year, that this is the last year that we're just going to let this go without the people knowing that it's an issue. So one of the things that my office plans to do before the candidate filing for 2024 is to list the vacancies in the newspaper so that everyone has the opportunity, put them on our website, push them out as a Facebook press release, that type of thing, so that people have the opportunity to see, hey, I live there. I could do that job. I think people are just unaware.
Thank you. Commissioner Noshead, it looks like you wanted to.
Well, I just wanted to clarify and get a little education on, are we legally going to appoint these two people today?
That's what's on the agenda. Should we approve it? Yes. Yep. For a 4-year term. So, okay. So, no further discussion. I'll entertain a motion to appoint R. Alex Alexander and Charles C. Gould to, I hope I'm pronouncing that right, to the Genoa Town Advisory Board for a term of February 2nd, 2023 through December 31st, 2026 as presented.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Commissioner Rice.
Having said all that has been said, I move that we appoint Alex Alexander and Charles C. Gould to the Genoa Town Advisory Board for the term of February 2nd, 2023 through December 31st, 2026 as presented.
Second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Rice, seconded by Commissioner Tarkanian to appoint the two qualified applicants to the Genoa Town Board as presented. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much. Okay, item number 4. For possible action, discussion to approve Resolution 2023-R-008, which orders, directs, and authorizes the county treasurer, Douglas County treasurer, to sell or convey properties held in trust by the county treasurer as listed in Resolution 2023-R-008, consistent with Nevada Revised Statutes NRS 361.595 on Wednesday, May 24th, 2023, in the Commissioner's Chambers of the Administrative Building at 1616 8th Street, Minden, Nevada, starting at 10 a.m. As presented. I'm told I can say that. I don't have to list all
Thank
all
you,
of them,
Chairman Gardner. This is the once a year that I bring all of these APNs to you. So today I'm bringing before you Resolution 2023-R-008, May 2023 tax sale. Based on NRS 361.595, the Board of Commissioners must make an order on the record which orders, directs, and authorizes the county treasurer to sell the properties described therein for an amount not less than the amount of the taxes, costs, penalties, and interest that is legally chargeable against the property as stated in the resolution. Let me start with a brief history of how we got to this point with the current resolution of properties to take to a tax sale. These properties have been delinquent in one form or another for almost 4 years or more. 4 years ago, in April, we started the process by sending a letter stating that the property was delinquent for 1 year. This letter states that if they are still delinquent in June of that year, we will issue a treasurer's certificate, which is a certificate we record that states that if you are not current with your property taxes by the end of year 2, then we will start the process of the property tax sale. These parcels were still delinquent at the end of those 2 years, so we issue a treasurer's deed where Douglas County becomes the owner and trust of the property for the sole purpose of collecting past property tax. At this point, we are bringing an order before you to ask to proceed to that last step, which is sending certified letters stating that if they don't pay by May 19th of this year, then we are authorized to take the property to tax sale or use the property for governmental purposes. These letters get sent to any address of record that we have for the owner, anyone that has a lien on the property or has a recorded interest in the property. We plan to hold the tax sale this year in person on May 24th, right here in the BOCC chambers. I also want to inform the board and the public that due to the pandemic, Douglas County chose not to hold tax sales in 2020 or 2021, and due to difficulties obtaining legal documents that are necessary, we did not hold the tax sale last year. So many of these properties have been delinquent for many years beyond what is required by NRS to sell them. Any questions?
Commissioners, questions? No. Okay. Yeah, I'm just surprised. Some of these are very large. Some of them are pocket change, really. So I'm surprised that they've gone into default.
I will say that the costs that are on the resolution were of as of January 13th, I believe. Those properties will continue to accrue penalties, interest until the date of the sale, and we will update. It'll be a little bit larger amount by the time it goes to the tax sale.
Okay, very good. So this is a actionable item, so we'll go to public comment now. Is there any public comment here on item number 4?
Being a property owner, I can tell you that my statements don't make a lick of sense whatsoever.
Mr. Gibson, would you
Yes,
state your name
thank
into the
you.
record?
Jason
Thank you.
Gibson, House of Gibson. We built our house in the ranchos in 81, 82, 83. Our tax statements don't make a lick of sense whatsoever. We're told that the 40 years that we invested into Douglas County is going towards higher education, 48th in the nation. Second category is law enforcement, to keep you safe, to extend the equality of justice to you. It's never happened in the 40 years we've lived here. I got a dozen lawsuits coming to show you. We've seen millions of dollars allocated by these CARES Act and the American Rescue Funds for new buildings, utilities, public servant raises, all this government benefit, nothing for the people, nothing for the homeowners, not a single tax break for any of these middle income to low income homeowners. Nothing. They say they're going to sell these properties and give the proceeds to the Indians, who represent 3% of the demographic that they wiped out. Replaced it with the drugstore cowboy, liquor industry, big money. No tax breaks for us, but all the money you want for everything you could possibly dream of. New jail facility, cars, heavy armored urban assault vehicles, big raises. Big raises for everybody on this board. Every meeting costing the people of Douglas County about $75,000 for the salaries for the people who sit in these chairs. That's a rough guesstimate, but I'm sure it's conservative. Okay, we'll say 50,000. Where's the COVID relief breaks for the people? Why can't we get a break? I want the 40 years that we invested into Douglas County back. We're not paying another dime. We didn't contract into this. And after we get the money back, we're coming for the personal bonds and holding you accountable for violating your oath and your pledge.
Is there any additional public comment here in chambers on this item? Sensing none, Ms. Johnson, is there public comment available online?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marcia Johnson for the record. I do have one person with their hand raised. Mr. Ingalls, do you have public comment on item number 4?
Yes, John Engels, Gardnerville for the record. This is a perfect example of the benevolence of government. And we're going to be entering hard economic times, and some people are not going to be able to pay their property taxes. It's going to be a question of food, heat, or not paying the property tax. And the property taxes here are they can get pretty stiff. It's 3-point-something% of the value of the property. But if you stay in that property for over a period of 10 years or 20 years, remember that is compounding year over year. And all of a sudden it becomes a pretty stiff bite. The question I have is, are any of these properties occupied? You just pulling the rug out under these people? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ingalls. Ms. Johnson, is there any additional public comment online?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marcia Johnson for the record. At this time, there's no additional public comment online.
Bring it back to the board. Members, any additional comments? Commissioner Tarkanian?
I just want to know where my rest of my paycheck's been coming.
Not only that, I have a problem with the IRS. I've been waiting 3 years for a refund. And I'm really, really surprised to find out that I'm making $50,000 a year.
That's the board as a total. $3,000 a head plus these guys over here.
Very good.
30,000 for those guys right there.
Chairman Gardner, can I make one more comment?
Yes, Ms. Bergens.
So I did want to mention, and I did mention it in my initial statement, but there is a clause under 361, under 361.603 and 361.604 that government entities and Indian tribes do have priority in these properties if they do want to purchase them. It's my understanding that has been done in Douglas County in the past. That is how Main Street Gardnerville acquired the gas station. So there is an entity, there is a GID that is interested in one of these properties, and that will have to come before you guys to make that decision prior to us allocating it as such.
Very good. Any other further questions, commissioners? I don't have any other questions either. Okay, so I'll entertain a motion to approve Resolution 2023-R-008 as presented.
So moved.
Okay. Motion by Commissioner Noasad, seconded by Commissioner Hales to approve Resolution 2023-R-008 as presented. Any further comment on that motion? Sensing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Bergens. Okay, we needed, it's 11:33. We'll return at 11:45, 12 minutes. Okay, we'll take a 12-minute break. Thank you.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
What you had to say. Did you receive one of these? It's free, it's not gonna hurt you, I promise. Forgot about the natural order, how easy it can be. Or if you get a kick out of it. It's better than the time is money trip that we're all on now.
Okay, it's 11:45, and so we'll call this back into session. All 5 commissioners are present. So this is item number 5 for possible action, discussion to approve an interlocal agreement with the Carson Area Metropolitan Planning Organization, better known as CAMPO, for the development, operation, maintenance, and update of the Campo-Douglas County travel demand model at a total cost not to exceed $106,095, and authorize county manager to sign the agreement, being presented by our roads division manager, John Erb, and our public works manager, Phil Richter, is here. So thank you for your attendance, and we're ready for your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. For the record, John Erb. That's part of this action item. The county manager requested that I give an update on what CAMPO is. It's been quite a few years since CAMPO has been explained to the board. So I'm going to start with that, and then we'll move into the travel demand model. CAMPO stands for Carson Area Metropolitan Planning Association. It was formed in 2003. And the reason Douglas County is in CAMPO is it's a Metropolitan Planning Association is a federally funded planning organization, and you must meet a 50,000 resident threshold. So in 2002, the U.S. Census Bureau outlined an area that included all 50,000 residents of 3 different counties: Douglas County, Lyon County, and Carson City. And so that created the borders of CAMPO. It roughly is from Carson City south to about Johnson Lane for Douglas County. In Lyon County, it goes up through Dayton. So the responsibility for the Metropolitan MPO process is for an urbanized area, and it's per the requirements of the feds. It's made up of a policy board of 2 Carson City Board of Supervisor members, 3 at-large Carson City members, 1 Douglas County member. That's usually one of the county commissioners, and it would be assigned to me. And I've been going to the CAMPO meetings for 8 of the 9 years I've been with Douglas County. 1 Lyon County member and 1 NDOT member. So the primary responsibilities for CAMPO is, like I said, was metropolitan transportation planning. and it has to follow guidelines because it's federally funded. There's a process and procedures that all MPOs in the U.S. have to follow, and part of that is having a planning process, proactive planning, proactive public involvement process, and creating a regional transportation plan, an RTP, a transportation improvement program, which is a TIP or TIP, and a unified planning work program. So all these different programs, they kind of intertwine, and the ultimate goal is to be able to get a plan put together that can be eligible for transportation projects and transit, eligible for funding through the federal government, whether it's through grants or other means of federal, well, I guess grants is the main thing. And it's usually the money is administered through FHWA via NDOT. And so they have a big process in reviewing all the procedures and plans and approving them. The regional, I'll just briefly cover each portion of Campo. A regional transportation plan, it's a long-range plan. It's usually a 20-year horizon period. It must be updated every 4 to 5 years, and it's like all the plans are in accordance with federal requirements. A lot of the requirements have come up through the years, MAP 21, the FAST Act, the Jobs Act, and so it changes when all these different acts come into play. But and then performance-based planning framework. So there's goals, objectives, performance measures, and targets that Campo must follow. And the recent 2050 regional plan was adopted last year in January. The TIP, the Transportation Improvement Program, it's on a 4-year short-range plan. So it's updated every 4 years. It's consistent with the larger long-range plan, and it must include regional significant projects. It must be fiscally constrained. So Campo is in the process of adopting the new TIP, and part of being on the board, we review the TIP and the prioritization of the projects in there. Does Douglas County have projects in there? Yes, we try to include projects that are reasonable, and just because it's only the portion of the roads that are in the Campo boundaries, but it also it can only include what are called federal aid roads, which are our collector roads. So not every residential street qualifies for funding through the Campo process. There's some processes that do qualify, like ADA type elements, but not the roadway stuff. So recent projects we've had in the TIP was Plymouth Drive was reconstructed 2 years ago, and that was using federal money from NDOT and FHWA through Campo. And so Campo gets a portion of money from NDOT every so many years, and we get a portion based on the amount of population we have into the MPO. So it's not even to each 3 counties. So Carson City usually gets a larger portion, Lyon County, and then us. But we know that because of federal funding, there's a lot of strings attached and a lot of requirements we go through that we are now trying to team together and not just take a small portion, wait several years and get a larger portion so we can do a substantial project. The one that we have on the books is the reconstruction of Johnson Lane is in there right now. Other services we've received is we've had pavement analysis done through Campo for our pavement preservation program to update our CIP, our pavement condition index. The Unified Planning Work Program It's a regional transportation plan, continuous, comprehensive, and cooperative, 3 Cs. It's got a 2-year horizon period. It's more for transit needs, and so Carson does have transit service into Douglas County. It's up to the north end in the commercial area, and hopefully through the years as Campo grows and we receive more money, that service can be extended farther into Douglas County. And performance planning. With federal money, you have to show you're improving performance measures, whether it's safety, whether it's improvement to your pavement or bridges. So that's something that the staff, Campo staff is run by, I meant to say this in the beginning, Carson City Public Works, since they're the majority of the stakeholder, and they're always doing analysis on the performance measures and making sure that things are improving and so that we qualify for future federal money. And then there's a pretty heavy involved public involvement. So there's monthly meetings. Every month there's a Campo meeting if there's agenda items, and it doesn't seem like there's much controversial when it comes to Campo. So I haven't seen a lot of public comment being on the board, but there is that, and they have stakeholder groups that also are involved in the planning process. And that leads us to the travel demand model. So I know it was a little dry on what Campo is, but it's a planning organization that's federally funded. We do pay yearly into a match for the operation of Campo. It's fairly inexpensive, $3,000 to $4,000, but we do have gotten, and we do get a lot out of it for Douglas County. So the travel demand model is something we are partnering up, that Douglas County, RTC, and Community Development have decided to partner with Campo. It's a tool that we use. Travel demand model is a tool that we use in engineering, traffic engineering, to determine where traffic's going to be in 40 years. How's that traffic going to drive on our network? And it's based on residential areas, land use, zoning, destination of workforce. And so it's a high level forecasting tool, and we use it quite a bit in determining what is the outcome of developments, land use changes, and we do a base year and we calibrate the program at the base year to make sure the model is running correctly, and then we do future years, and this model will be updated to the 2050 future year. It takes in consideration, as I said, where are the trips? So where are the residential areas? Where are the workforce areas, commercial, industrial? How people are traveling. And it'll identify, it uses the census. So it'll identify using the census numbers, single family, multifamily, income areas, employment areas, and schools, and those kind of internal trips. It determines who's making the trip, and all this is done. It's a national type of program. Like I said, it's industry standard. It's based on the Institute of Transportation Engineers, and it's the tool we use, crystal ball, to determine where our needs are going to be in 30 years, 40 years. So the model will use our current network. It's our overall network and our residential streets, but it's a large view. So in the planning process, it's a big picture item that shows what our issues are going to be, where our choke points are going to be. When we have developments come in, we require them to do a traffic impact study, which is more of a micro, small view of how their project is going to impact the area. But then they use that with our model to determine the overall impact to a larger area. So a model is usually updated about every 10 years. We do, the industry standard is do model maintenance, little updates every couple of years, or as development and changes occur in an area. So we are looking at partnering. We did, so I'm kind of jumping around here, I'm sorry. We did interview consultants for the model, and we narrowed it down to Wood Rogers in 2022. And so we developed a scope of work and a contract. It went to the RTC Carson board and the Campo board for approval, and now it's coming to you for approval. And it includes doing updated model plus maintenance for the next 2 fiscal years. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioners, any questions? Commissioner Hills?
Thank you for that.
I know it's a little dry and it's a lot of engineering talk, and I'm not sure if I explained it very smoothly, but it's a very useful tool in engineering and for community development. So it's really needed to be updated.
I appreciate understanding it. It was well done. Thank you. I do have a couple questions, and this may expose my ignorance, but is Campo involved solely in roads and not in actual transportation?
No, Campo is also involved in transit. So the Carson City Bus Services, they get a lot of their funding through Campo as well. So it's a planning organization, so they just do the planning level. They don't do the operations of the transit, but they plan and get money and give the money to the transit system when they receive.
So is there any
different grants.
connection between them and our Douglas County?
With their bus services, I think it's Jump Around Carson. They do serve the Costco and Walmart area at this time. I don't think they go beyond that, beyond Walmart currently.
Okay. Then my other question is, you mentioned Plymouth Drive was reconstructed, which is great.
Mm-hmm.
And perhaps the next priority would be Johnson Lane.
Yes.
I'm wondering what else is on the list of things that could be considered? If there are any.
Right now, those are Jacks Valley Road is currently on the list. In their long-range plan, we don't have anything yet. We did, because it's only allowed to the collector roads, we did reclassify through Douglas RTC and through Campo and NDOT South Santa Barbara and Johnson Lane and Vicky Lane to be collectors so that they're eligible for future money. And I'll be putting projects together for those to be included in the Campo plan.
Thanks.
The money's not every year, so there's time to get things on there because we're sharing the pot with the other 2 counties.
Commissioner Nosset? Commissioner Rice?
The scary thing is that being on all the transportation boards I'm on, I understood every word of that. That frightens me. I think one of the confusing parts when it comes to Campo is that they don't actually put the buses on the ground, but they help finance those that do. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. I had a couple of questions, and I guess Commissioner Hales basically brought this up. So there's no interface here with our DART program. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So that takes that out of there. I have basically two questions. Number one, how does this organization interface with NDOT, who is also in some cases responsible for a lot of these roads?
NDOT does have a member on the board. They're a non-voting member. They make sure that we're following all the federal procedures and policies is how it is done. NDOT gets a pot of federal money every year called Surface Transportation Block Grant. And they give a percentage of that money to the MPOs in the state. With Campo being the smallest one, Campo doesn't get a lot of money from NDOT for this, but it's something, and it used to be nothing. So now, so that's kind of their interaction with NDOT is receiving that grant money and putting it into their work program.
Thank you. So, and I realize I had a number of other questions. Now, our total cost not to exceed $106,000 and change. That's our contribution. Are the other counties that are involved in this also contributing to this process or not?
Yes, they are. So each county and Carson City as well, they use their county money as a match to the federal funds that they receive for the operation of Campo.
Okay, so we're not the sole financier.
No, we're
here.
not.
Yeah. Okay. And I know that we had what was called a bipartisan infrastructure bill, law, whatever it called, and the state ARPA funds. Are you guys looking at tapping into that in some manner?
I don't know the answer to that question because I'm not sure what grants and what funds are available to Campo.
Okay. So I might suggest you take a look at it, anything that can help, right? So, okay. So those are the only questions I had. But I did want to also, generally a board member is assigned to Campo. And so anyways, we appreciate, I hope you understand, we appreciate you stepping forward and doing this because you probably have the better brains to do this type of thing. And so I appreciate that. So anyways, Mr. Richter, you had something?
Yeah, Phil Richter, Director of Public Works for the record. I just want to follow up on one of your questions regarding NDOT and their involvement and just clarify that. State roads are not involved in the Campo process or in receiving that. That's the state receives their funding separately, and so Campo, the Carson area MPO, looks solely at county roads. So county roads here in Douglas County and county roads within Carson City / county, as well as Lyon. So it's strictly those types of roads. The involvement of NDOT, as John said, was their advisory to the board to make sure that we follow the federal regulations. The federal money flows into the state through NDOT and then distributed. They don't define which programs it's used for. But they guarantee that it's being properly administered. The other thing that NDOT is involved in is in the decision process or in the approval process of what becomes a collector road. I mean, you can't just go in and define a road a collector road so you can get funding for it. It has to meet certain travel demands, has to meet certain volume of use, et cetera, to be designated. So again, they're making sure that we follow those guidelines or that Campo follows those guidelines. That's their real role.
But their sole responsibility coming into Douglas County is as far as Johnson Lane. That's Campo, is what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, I think that goes back to the formation of Campo in 2003, when they were looking at the population at that time in terms of what those boundaries needed to be in order to reach that minimum requirement of about 50,000 people. Back in 2003, Carson City wasn't there by themselves, so Campo got formed for that reason. And I think it went as far as Johnson Lane because of the population density or whatever that allowed us to incorporate some collector roads into it. There's well, I think you can speak to that. There's pretty large distance now you'd have to travel further into the county to get to the next kind of collector road. So it's a difficult thing to do.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any other questions. This is a actionable item, so we'll go to public comment. Is there any public comment here in chambers?
Jason Gibson for the Maladministration Committee of Douglas County. What these folks don't know is that they've been taking a hammering in your absence, sir, with regards to public funding for this transportation, which is far more efficient than the DART buses that we have running all throughout the valley. We're grateful for our transportation. The Blue Line, being a minivan economy, makes perfect sense. Comes with an app, drop you off, pick you up. You'll know exactly where you're at. You got your GPS. You can get around for less. Makes a whole lot of sense. Just out of curiosity, how many commissioners have ridden the bus? We got one.
Once again, this
one of these buses. Have you ridden any of these buses?
Commissioners, this
okay.
is not an
So it's silenced by consent. The commissioners again are forming policy that should be formulated within the committees. The committees, which we have we have 22 committees that are supposed to be providing policy decision information and fact-finding to the board. These are the folks who are supposed to provide the yearly end reports that were not presented in January. And here we have another situation where there's not a single soul in this room who actually knows or rides this public transit utility, making decisions, stabbing in the dark, spending us without any real knowledge about what's going on in the field of public transportation.
Thank you. Is there any additional public comment? Ms. Johnson, is there a public comment online?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marcia Johnson for the record. I do have one person right now with their hand raised. Ellie, do you have public comment on agenda item number 5?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please state your name for the record, then we'll start your time.
Thank you. This is Ellie Waller. I want to thank Commissioner Hales for stating the same thing that I was going to state. I'm not 100% familiar with all the different transportation entities and things that we address. We have the Tahoe Transportation District, we have Campo, we have the Regional Transportation Committee who hasn't met since July 6th. I support everything that was said today. I also want to thank Mr. Ricker and John Erb and the staff for the 2022 seal and overlay activities, as well as their monumental task for the recent snow removal. I want to better understand what the Regional Transportation Committee is and does as related to Campo and other regional transportation issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Johnson, is any additional?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marcia Johnson for the record. At this time, there's no further public comment online.
Okay, we'll bring it back to the board. Any additional questions of Mr. Erb? Okay, very good. Then I'll entertain a motion to approve the interlocal agreement with Carson Area Metropolitan Planning Organization, Campo, as presented.
So moved.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Hale, seconded by Commissioner Rice to approve the interlocal agreement with the Carson Area Metropolitan Planning Organization, Campo, as presented. Sensing no other discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Okay. Okay, we are at 12:13, and do we want to tackle the next item and then go to lunch? Okay, because that might involve reports by Mr. Richter and Mr. Erb, so while we have them here. And then I know that Ms. Jenny Cartwright from our Finance Department is here, but I anticipate that we will probably be taking a lunch break, Ms. Cartwright, after this presentation, so bring you back after the lunch. That's okay? Okay, thank you. Okay, so item number 6, for possible action, discussion to accept, subject to the conditions set forth therein, the pipeline and public right-of-way easements for the segment of Vista Grande Boulevard, which connects Jacks Valley Road to the existing paved portion of Vista Grande Boulevard. The easements are on real property that was recently sold by the U.S. Forest Service to a private owner. Their APN numbers are 1420-06-702-004 and APN 1420-06-702-001. And is this being presented by Ms. Rosser or Mr. Erb and Mr. Richter? Okay, very good. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, John Erb. I'm going to just address the kind of history and the alignment of Vista Grande Boulevard, and then if Carrie Rosser wants to describe in more detail the process of getting to the permanent easement, she can do so. I got a blank screen. Oh. Okay, the Vista Grande history. Did not know I did this. In 1980, right-of-way was dedicated from Jacks Valley Road to the U.S. Forest Service parcel, and then the portion on the Forest Service parcel was introduced to the land bill in early 2009, and the thought process was that was going to get us the right-of-way quicker, and evidently it didn't, because the land bill is still floating out there with Congress and the Senate. And last year in 2022, the U.S. Forest Service auctioned off the 2 parcels with the required easement and public right-of-way. And I'm going to the south side now. So in 1999, Home Depot and Target were developed, and it realigned Valley Road. And why is that significant? Well, you heard public comment earlier on why is the road have a separation to it. So this being north, left to right, up here you can see where Target is. You can see the existing Vista Grande, and this is a section we currently have a permanent easement. The next 2 parcels were the parcels owned by the U.S. Forest Service. Originally, like I said, there was the alignment lined up with each other. The north side was given to the county as a permanent easement in 1980, while in 1999, Target and Home Depot came in, and there was a need to be able to fit the commercial development in to change the proposed alignment and move it up here, and that was built with the commercial development. As today, the alignment is shown here. The first section is the permanent easement that we already have acquired in 1980. The next section would be the permanent easement that will be dedicated because of the auction of the property, Parcel 1 and Parcel 2 of the U.S. Forest Service. Again, this is just an aerial view.
Yeah, I think it's important also, so we understand these maps, and maybe you have the question I was going to ask, so go ahead, please.
I mean, you talked about the development changing the alignment, but I don't understand from what the speaker had said, how that would affect if there is an easement going across the back of those homes. Well, no, go back to the, yeah, going to the back. Go back to the one that you had it on. So, you know, the speaker had said there was an easement going to the back of those, that it could have went straight to the back of those homes. I know that you said it was a pipe easement or something. And maybe it's not, yeah, you told, maybe it's not large enough, I don't know, but why wouldn't you go there if there's already an easement there?
So that easement came after the permanent easement that we have down here, but it's a 30-foot water line easement, and Phil can speak on behalf of the water line. It's not wide enough for a roadway. We would have to acquire the other 30 feet, if not more, to do the roadway.
Would that be from the BLM or would that be private people you'd have to?
That would be from the property owners now. The U.S. Forest Service has relinquished their ownership through the auction process. So we would have to go to the new property owners and the existing property owners in order to receive a permanent easement capable of a roadway. Correct.
So while we're here, Mr. Erb, so we already have, and I've witnessed this myself, as I go to Home Depot, I turn left on Jacks Valley Road, and then down there, I don't know how far it is, maybe a quarter of a mile, we have an entrance, a concrete entrance already there with curbs, I believe. And how far deep into that have we already built? Because
just the approach has been built.
Just the approach?
Yes.
Okay.
So when Target and Home Depot came in, their main entrance was required to line up directly across from the approach for the future Vista Grande.
So this alignment would actually, if you were to extend Vista Grande across Jacks Valley Road, that would actually, if I'm correct, would almost intersect with the entrance to the western entrance to, or no, the eastern entrance to Target. Is that right?
Yes, they line up with each other.
Okay.
Yes.
And you're looking at a roundabout in that section right there?
Yeah, so we're expecting quite a bit of commercial to commercial traffic, and to regulate the right-of-way movements through that intersection, a roundabout would be the best choice at this time, being that there's 2 lanes in each direction between the roundabout and 395. You can drop a lane into each commercial center and 1 through lane, because Jacks Valley Road becomes a 2-lane, 1 lane in each direction beyond that point.
And you would suggest a roundabout would be certainly better in regards to traffic control than a 4-way signal there, suppose?
We can analyze it, but yes, a roundabout is always a first choice when it comes to engineering for an intersection control. It does regulate and slow down traffic, and it's about 80% less fatality rates. We do have, through the past, we've had quite a few fatalities at different signals in the valley, and I don't think we've had any major injuries at any of our roundabouts.
Well, I can attest to the fact that, when I go up there, I generally do not, go into Home Depot. I certainly don't go through the parking lot in the front entrance of Target. I go to that back road. So I can imagine, and a lot of people do that. So if we were to align this with that western road, I could see people trying to dart across there to then go to Costco or Walmart or whatever. So I think this is a better alignment, honestly, because I could see a lot of traffic accidents otherwise, people trying to dart across there and do their shopping. So anyways, now I understand this better because I never understood why it wasn't going to go there, but now I kind of do.
Yeah.
So,
The
okay.
yeah.
Other commissioners, Commissioner Noah Sad, you?
Yes. A question comes to mind.
And this is in your district, by the way.
I'm well aware. Just from a construction point of view, it's going to be cost. What if we just went straight across that one parcel that is unidentified in this particular one, but it is identified in the other one, but it's too dadgum small for me to read? So the question would be, that parcel that is at the base of the north-south, last north-south piece, that parcel above that, have we tried to deal with that people who own that to change that and run it through a straight line situation that goes right into, let's see, what is it? The extension of Vista Grande, whatever. But I'm wondering, why did we make all these loops and curves for such a small area? My question
I'm not
was,
sure
is it money?
Well, the Forest Service has the smaller parcel that the Forest Service owned did not want to have that split up. And that was for to get the best value of the parcel when they went to auction. The other curve, it just at the way through development where Walmart and all that area has gone, this is just the way it developed. It was, I can't state from 1980 when we were granted permanent easement through those lower parcels to the directly off of Jacks Valley Road, what the thinking was behind the alignment.
Got to try to read this map again. See where I'm pointing right there, that parcel right there.
If you don't mind, I'll come up.
You have trouble reading the map too, huh? I would assume that because we own the Forest Service, the Forest Service. We need to deal with that guy.
Let me address that on record.
So I got a clarification. Is that the same question I was asking?
To answer Commissioner Noasad's question, it's basically is the same question that Commissioner Tarkanian was asking. We would have to purchase easement through there, where we have a utility easement that's not wide enough for a roadway. So we would have to go to the property owners and actually purchase a permanent easement from them to be able to go straight through that way.
Have we tried that?
Have we tried that? No, because we already have clear easement in the location that we already show. The other issue is we did several years ago meet with all those residents up there, and they were pretty vocal that they prefer the easement where it is. They were worried we'd move it up right behind their property, and they didn't want it right behind their property. So either way you go, it's going to be a controversial item.
Sure. Commissioner Hales, did you have any questions? Okay.
I do have a few questions. What, in no particular order, and I'm just trying to make sure I understand. If I'm going northbound to Costco and I happen to catch a left turn on Jacks Valley Road, I or whoever, if a driver were, then they could go left and then go right on Vista Grande and totally miss the other lights.
That is correct.
Do you envision quite a bit of traffic doing that?
Yes, if they understand how signal system works and they know that as they're coming up and they're going to have that green quicker than the other directions, they will be turning left and then right to go to Costco.
So what might,
I know we're done.
what use of the land might eventually be for that piece? Just between the residences and the the new road.
I believe all those parcels there are zoned commercial, and they were all part of the RDA 1 at one time.
So now we have the north section of Jacks Valley, if it moves forward as proposed, and then the south portion, Vista Grande, and with the new piece that's being proposed, and then the south portion. Are those both designated the same type of road, as in arterial, collateral, or?
Collector road.
Collector.
You could classify the first quarter mile of the southern section as a collector, but then it turns into residential.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Once you leave the commercial property there next to Home Depot, it would become residential. There is a traffic calming device as you go down the hill. There's some stop signs in there, but there are residential driveway access, small lot type access all along the frontage of that road. So this alignment would deter people doing a full signal bypass. While there will be some people that may do that, it won't be quicker for them, but having the offset in the two intersections would deter people from doing a bypass to 395.
Okay.
It will still be there in times of if there was an accident or something, there will be that possibility of getting around the accident. Right now, the choke point is between Topsy Lane and Jacks Valley Road. There is no alternative route when there's an accident. With this road, there will be. People will be able to get on Old Clear Creek and come up and bypass it and get back on, hopefully, at Jacks Valley Road and not go down through the residential center.
I can see where that would be really valuable.
Mm-hmm.
So is the speed limit 25 on that south portion of?
Yes, and
Vista
the new
Grande?
section will be 25 as well.
And this will be 25 as well?
Yes.
Okay. And I just have to say, personally, I love roundabouts. So the idea of a roundabout right there sits very well with me.
Okay. Well, I've been poked by our deputy district attorney that we've wandered off of this specific agenda item slightly in regards to the alignment of this. And what this agenda item says is discussion to accept, subject to the conditions, the right-of-way easements. So the alignment and all those other peripheral items are not relevant to this. Is that correct, Mr. Ritchie? Yeah, now it is.
Thank you, Chairman. Doug Ritchie with the Douglas County District Attorney's Office. Yes, to be clear, this agenda item is whether to accept or not the offered right-of-way with the alignment as depicted. In the future, whether the Regional Transportation Commission determines whether they should build the road on this alignment or not is another matter. If at a future date the Regional Transportation Commission decides that we should build this out, then they will determine what the alignment would be. And if a different alignment is necessary, then the RTC can acquire the needed right-of-way. But for now, what's offered is this right-of-way with this particular alignment.
Thank you. Any other further questions, Mr. Commissioner Mossad?
And looking at the far northern part of that road, proposed road, is it just a little jig? Why did you do that? In other words, it's going to be like almost a lane change.
So once again, I think we're talking about, we need to be talking about whether or not we want to accept the easements, and the alignment will come into play later on. Is that right? Okay. So it's whether or not we want to accept those easements. Commissioner Rice?
Yeah, I'm having trouble getting mine on also.
There it is.
Okay. In looking at the map and looking at some of the emails that I've received, keeping this alignment will affect 3 properties. If we change the alignment the other way, we're going to be affecting 14 properties. I don't know about you, but I would rather not have 14 ticked off property owners calling me because we moved the alignment and put it behind their houses where they can no longer access their back fence gate that they have all put up. Okay. I am in favor of this alignment, and I like the fact that there is an offset. Having been in law enforcement for a couple of years in my life, I can see if we have a straight alignment, I can see it becoming a speedway, even though the speed limit would be 25 miles an hour through that section. There we go again with having enforcement problems. So I am in favor of this, and I'm ready to make a motion.
Well, we can't make a motion just yet because we have to have public comment. And so I don't believe we've had public comment, but I'm not sure that Mr. Erb or Mr. Richter are finished with their presentation. We interrupted your presentation. Is there anything more that we need to know in regards to whether or not we want to accept this easement?
I'm not sure, but Phil, if you want to go back to that, well, either one of these maps is fine, I guess. Phil Ritter, Director of Public Works, for the record. To bring us back on topic, I know as part of this presentation, or as part of the agenda item today, we were asked to kind of bring back the broad picture of what the Vista Grande project in the RDA 1 funds was going to be about, but to go on topic here as to what this board needs to consider today. And I just want to point out, oh, these things don't work on that screen. That's weird. Okay, never mind. So that first portion of the first portion of the alignment is that we talked about here is already dedicated alignment. That portion that John's highlighting right now, that's not on the table today. That's dedicated. It's already there. We own that. We own that easement. So it's only the portion through the Forest Service property, the old Forest Service property. Why am I cutting in and out? Sorry. Which is that area right in there that you're looking at. So when this property was part of the U.S. Forest Service, or under ownership of the U.S. Forest Service, they do not grant permanent easements. What they grant, what the federal government grants, is a special use permit. So we entered into an agreement on the water line side in 2001 for a special use permit to allow the water line to run in a straight line across that back of that property, the very first parcel and the second parcel, 2 small parcels there. The portion there that you're looking at, which you go back to that most southerly portion there, yep, that property was owned by the Church of Latter-day Saints at the time, and they granted us a permanent easement. So we have a permanent easement through that property, which was private at the time. We have a special use permit that allows for the extension of that water line in a straight fashion through the existing U.S. Forest Service property, which is why it doesn't align with the road. The road alignment was a separate special use agreement with the U.S. Forest Service in the event that it either became through the lands bill or however it came into possession of Douglas County. What is on the table today is, as part of the sale agreement for those two parcels, we were able to incorporate or work into that a permanent easement as part of that sale. So the new owners are obligated to provide us with that permanent right-of-way or permanent easement as part of the sale. So if you were to decline this offer today, whether you like the alignment or not, you would put you'd put the county in a position of with no bargaining chip essentially in the future to even negotiate with the new owners. So this is an alignment that basically grants us a permanent easement, which if they wanted to negotiate a movement in the future, we could do, but that's not. But without the easement today, we have nothing to go forward with. It will dissolve because a special use permit dissolves upon the sale.
Thank you for that.
And I don't know if Carrie Rosser wants to speak up or speak to this topic as well. I think she's online.
Is there any other questions by the board? Oh, Ms. Rosser's there. Okay. Commissioner Nosat?
I'm still wondering, this is, well, if we go to the northernmost parcel along the roadway there, that's for U.S. Forest Service land that we bought or auctioned or whatever you say. Do we own that now?
Are you talking about this section here?
So,
one next to it, down.
So I
This-
think Commissioner Nosat wants to know, I don't know that we own any of this. We've just been granted the right to have the easements to put a road in there and complete that section. Is that, we don't own anything. Okay.
All right.
All right.
But we have the right to.
We have the right to build a road.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, the three properties that are at the exposed noise end of this whole thing, why wouldn't we want to take a downward loop or a eastern loop and then go straight across? That will satisfy the people that are going to be affected in their backyards.
John Hart, for the record, again, this was a condition with the Forest Service for them to auction the property was agreed to, this alignment.
So if it's agreed to already, why are you coming to us? Looking for 106,000?
I'm sorry, I did not hear your question.
I said, you just said this method, that architecture right there has already been approved. My question is, I guess you're only coming to us for the 106,000 or whatever we're asking for here.
Commissioner Nosat, the
Director
106,000 was a different issue.
Yeah, there's no money on the table.
I beg your pardon.
Okay.
So then,
What's been agreed, Phil Ritker, Director of Public Works for the record, what's been agreed to is it was negotiated with the U.S. Forest Service to incorporate these easements as permanent easements in the essentially deed for the property, so that when the property sells, that these easement documents, the one that you were that we're asking you to approve today for signature, would then be incorporated into the escrow documents and signed by the purchasers of the property. So
Okay,
it's part of the escrow process in the sale of the property, and it guarantees the county that we have an easement of some nature through these properties for future development.
okay, so what you're saying then is my proposal to bring that where you're affecting the quality of life for those three properties there, bringing it down to there, little curve, that, you say that's going to affect the sale of the property. Is that what you're saying?
Carrie Rosser's online. I'll seek legal counsel on that one.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I may Carrie Rosser, attorney with Public Works for the county. I would love to try and take a stab at that question. I think Mr. Ricker's explanation a little bit earlier was probably the most accurate, which is that essentially what we're faced with today is a take it or leave it kind of deal. And so either the county commissioners may decide today to accept this alignment the way it is in terms of an easement for public right of way, or we can say, no, thank you. We'd rather you have this entire piece of land, and we'll come back later and pay for a right of way through these parcels. Whereas today, this alignment is actually quite, it has simplified the process for, I believe, quite a bit. That the Forest Service was willing to include this in the conditions of their sale of the properties. And, as it has been explained, if there was a future meeting where the board felt very strongly about a realignment, we could always negotiate with the landowners some kind of exchange. But for today's purposes, it's really take it or leave it, essentially.
Thank you, Ms. Rosser.
But so at the moment, we don't have a landowner of that parcel, correct?
Well, currently the landowner is the U.S. Forest Service as of today. They sold this land at auction, and so there was a winning bidder at that auction. So the name of that individual is identified in the easement documents. It's a business entity. And as of, I believe it's February 8th is the date that they have designated for closing. So on that date, all signs point to that will be the owner, and they will sign this easement document. And that's when this easement would come to the county if it's accepted today.
Okay, so what I detect here is a most convenient way to satisfy the U.S. Forest Service and perhaps create a real issue in a traffic circle on Jacks Valley. And you really don't care, and I better put care very carefully, those 5 properties that are affected by that roadway being so close to their property line, I think is not something I would care to do. I think the people come first, and if you're going to tick off them, well, maybe they'll leave. Doesn't matter. Taxes. I'm against.
Okay. So, anyways, okay. So I'll make this comment that I get asked almost on a weekly basis: when is Vista Grande going to be approved? When is it going to be built out? When is it going to be complete? Almost on a weekly basis. People are very frustrated with our inaction, this board's inaction, and the inability to get the easements to make that complete. And we've had this on the rolls for since 1980, I believe, is what I saw in one of your slides. So, I mean, this is a 42-year process, and we have the opportunity here to accept some easements that will accomplish that task. So, I can't see us, I'm inclined to accept those easements as they are and make this road complete. So that's my position. Anyways, any other comments before we go to public comment? Okay, let's go to public comment on this, and then we'll bring it back to the board and go to lunch, okay? So is there any public comment here in chambers regarding the acceptance of the conditions set forth and the right-of-way easements for the segment of Vista Grande Boulevard? Please keep your comments specific to whether or not you're for or against our accepting of these easements. Thank you. Public comment here in chambers? Sensing none, Ms. Johnson, is there any public comment online?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marsha Johnson for the record. I do have one person with their hand raised. Ellie, do you have public comment on agenda item number 6?
Yes, I do. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please state your name for the record, then we'll start your time.
Ellie Waller for the record. It was nice to see the article of the land sale and this come forward. I live in North County. I use this road area. I was stuck in an accident. This will make life much simpler for emergencies. I do agree. I'm going to make this brief. We need another meeting to discuss the alignment, the roundabout, etc. I did do a little research. The June 27th, 2022 Douglas County 5-year transportation plan construction capacity improvements report said this was 24-25. I would hate to see any of that disrupted. Maybe it's going to come forward sooner as we get this design into place. And one other item you need to look at for that future meeting is the sawmill and prohibit traffic there. Thank you.
Yeah, that's down the road. Okay. Ms. Johnson, any other public comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marsha Johnson for the record. At this time, there's no further public comment online.
Okay, I'll bring it back to the board. Once again, do we wish to accept or deny this right-of-way easement?
I move that we
I'm ready for an, yeah.
I move that we accept, subject to the conditions set forth therein, the pipeline and public right-of-way easements for the segment of Vista Grande Boulevard, which connects Jacks Valley Road to the existing paved portion of Vista Grande Boulevard as presented.
Do you have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Motion by Commissioner Hale, seconded by Commissioner Rice to accept, subject to conditions set forth therein, the pipeline and public right-of-way easements for the segment of Vista Grande Boulevard, which connects Jacks Valley Road to the existing paved portion of Vista Grande Boulevard. The easements are on real property, and that was recently sold by the U.S. Forest Service to a private owner, as presented. Any further comments on that? Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay. Is there a no? Nay. Nay? Okay. Motion passes 4-1. Thank you. Okay. It's, what is it? It's 10 till 1, and so we'll go into a lunch recess here until, do you want to come back at 2 o'clock? That gives us an hour and 10 minutes. Okay, we'll come back at 2 o'clock. Thank you. Appreciate your indulgence.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Okay, it's 2:00, and so we'll proceed with reconvening of the Douglas County Board of Commissioners on February 2nd, 2023. And I believe we're into item number 7, if I'm not mistaken, for possible action discussion to adopt Resolution 2023-R-009 to reestablish the Economic Stabilization Fund for $1 million and Extraordinary Maintenance Fund for $3,564,535 in the fiscal year 2022-23 budget, being funded via transfers from the general fund totaling $4,564,535. And I believe our finance director? Finance manager, Jenny Cartwright is being presenting in lieu of Ms. Willoughby? Okay. Very good. Thank you. You may proceed.
Jenny Cartwright, Finance Manager, for the record. This resolution reestablishes two very significant funds for prudent fiscal management within the county. Both are authorized under NRS 354 in a couple of different sections. The specific references are in the backup material. The funds were previously in place in the case of economic stabilization in FY 17-18, and in the case of extraordinary maintenance in FY 18-19. And today's request reestablishes those funds using adjusted opening fund balance, which is a greater than anticipated balance at the end of fiscal year 22. So we have the ability to allocate those funds now into the fiscal year 23 budget. You'll notice that the Economic Stabilization Fund can be used in the cases of economic downturns, so when we collect less revenue than we expect to. Also in situations of emergencies or natural disasters, which unfortunately we're all too familiar with around here. The NRS does authorize a balance up to 10% of total general fund expenditures, less grants. So in that case, for this year, the maximum would be $5.4 million that we could allocate to this fund. So $1 million is obviously definitely a starting point and not near that maximum permissible by the NRS. And the Extraordinary Maintenance Fund, you'll see, has a variety of uses. Really, it sets aside funding for long-term maintenance of our capital projects and essential facilities. Includes those long-term items such as roofing and windows and carpet replacement. It also could be allocated for the Judicial Law Enforcement Center remodel as the new courthouse is built, We could use this funding for part of the $3.3 million capital improvement program that was part of the fiscal year 23 CIP that this board approved. And I would point out that today is not an authorization for any specific spending. It is setting aside funds for potential future spending, which in all cases would come before this board. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Commissioners, questions? So, Ms. Cartwright, I have a question. This is over and above our capital reserves. How many days do we have capital reserves for? Something like 2 months or 3 months?
Jenny Cartwright, for the record, we have a couple of different fund balance policies that cover the amount that we set aside. So the general fund has 60 days that we aim for to at least maintain, which we do have that now. Enterprise funds are a little bit different. They have 90 days set aside. But this is coming from the general fund. So yes, to answer your question, that 60 days is a different, it's not going to detract from that.
That's basically what my question was. Thank you. County Manager Patrick Cates.
Thank you, Patrick Cates, for the record. Just to clarify, that 60-day reserve is for operating. It's not a capital reserve. So it's part of the operating budget, just for clarification.
Are we ready to go to public comment? Or did you now inspire another question?
No, I have a question. I have a comment, but I can wait. Oh, I would just think this is especially important. I'm really happy to see this now that we're not a receiving county, right? Because this could help us weather some storms, right? So I'm pleased about this.
Okay. Okay, so we'll go to public comment on this. And I see Mr. Gibson at the podium, so I assume he has public comment on this, so you may proceed.
Thank you, Commissioner. Jason Gibson with the Maladministration Audit Committee, the people of the state of Nevada here in Douglas County. The Economic Stabilization Fund. That should actually read the Emergency Preparation World War III Nuclear Fallout Fund. That's how that should read, gentlemen. It's not funny, Mark. We're in war right now. We're going to go without power soon. We got infrastructure assaults, domestic terrorism. We're going to have food problems. Y'all don't care because you're high on the hog, rich, laughing your way to the bank. Ain't that right? Furthermore, the $3,564,000, isn't that the same price of the JLIC architectural funds that you folks passed in the last meeting? I think it is. But here they've cloaked it as an extraordinary maintenance fund, put the spin on it, so it makes it difficult to track, always downplaying the bottom line of a $70 million smart jail facility. You know what happens when you don't have enough people rolling through that facility, Ms. Hales? You start policing dogs and cats. You start making up crime, stealing kids, robbing people of their property and their basic common liberties. Just wait till the war really strikes home here, and you see what y'all have been doing. And we really get into a pinch and a pickle. Those monies should have passed through our committees. That's what those committees are there for. The Debt Commission, the Audit Commission, Mr. Noah said, that placed the JLIC review on the agenda for the last year throughout 2022, was supposed to review those numbers and come up with factual data by which to assist the board in making policy decisions. That did not happen. Before electing the 30 people to the 22 boards, sir, we should have had those year-end reports so that we could find out if we actually got anybody who's fulfilling their function in those committees to help you guys make your job easier so you're not having to hear madmen like me yak at you. I don't like talking to you like this. Look at what you're doing here. These are critical times. Those county investments and strategies should be going through the committee board. If nothing else, it should go through the leadership people who are training through the commission, the Chamber of Commerce. They should be involved in these things.
Thank you. Is there any additional public comment here in chambers? Sensing none, Ms. Johnson, is there any public comment online?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marcia Johnson for the record. At this time, there's no public comment online.
Very good. We'll bring it back to the board then. Any further questions of Ms. Cartwright? Then I'll entertain a motion. A motion to adopt Resolution 2023-R-009.
I don't want to read it all. I was trying to find the short way out of it. Okay.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to adopt Resolution 2023-R-1005 to augment the fiscal year 2022-2023 budgets and various funds by $2,246,700.
That's out of order
What's that?
because that's the wrong one. That's the next item.
Oh, well, there we
Resolution. This is number 7.
So you should have just let me have done the short side. While I'm getting it up there, I just want to echo what Commissioner Hale said. I think it's very important to have this rainy day fund and even this additional economic stabilization fund, not just because we could have a downturn with the sales tax, but there could be a downturn completely, and there will be very soon. That will make it much more difficult for us to pay our bills. So this is wonderful. Okay, I am on agenda item
7.
7. I make it. Oh, this is so easy.
We're not laughing at you, by the way.
This is so
it's just-
easy. God. I'm just going to make a motion to adopt Resolution 2023-R-009 as presented.
There you go.
I'll second motion.
Okay. A motion by Commissioner Tarkanian, seconded by Commissioner Noah to adopt Resolution 2023-R-009 as presented. Any further discussion? Sensing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Okay, now we will go to item number 8. And that's for possible action also, and it's also being presented by Ms. Cartwright, and that's discussion to adopt Resolution 2023-R-005 to augment the fiscal year 2022-23 budgets in various funds by $2,246,711 funded from greater than anticipated opening fund balances of $1,847,511 and transfers from the Town of Minden General Fund of $399,200 as presented. Ms. Cartwright.
Thank you, Jenny Cartwright, for the record. Resolution 2023-R-005 allocates additional funding from the greater than anticipated opening fund balances, which was the extra funding from FY22 that we can incorporate into the fiscal year 23 budget. All of the items have been reviewed by Finance and the Internal Review Committee or the Town of Minden and deemed to be necessary in this fiscal year. Generally, we encourage departments to budget through the annual budget process, but there's always some items that either didn't get incorporated into the budget correctly as was intended or come up during the year that departments really delineate need to be handled this fiscal year. I was sort of looking through the list and thinking, well, I'll pick out some of the major ones. And there's really just a lot of small corrections. Nothing really jumped out to me to highlight, so I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Commissioners, questions? Commissioner Tarkanian, your light's on. That was one. Okay. I didn't want to bypass you if you had a question. Any questions? No questions? Okay, then we'll go to public comment on this.
One, two. Jason Gibson with the Maladministration Audit Committee for Douglas County. How many of you folks have actually looked at these numbers, understand what's in these budgets? Mr. Rich? You're smiling like you know what's in them, but I don't think you do. If so, maybe you would enlighten us.
Mr. Gibson, I'll remind you, this is
I can
not
ask
a question-
questions, sir. This is my
can I-
time. It's
no,
directed on this thing
no,
right here.
Stop the
Fiscal
clock.
year,
Stop the
budgets
clock, and
varied,
I will
$2
go-
million, $2 million,
Stop the clock.
$4 I can ask
I'm gonna give
questions
you-
all I
No, I'm going to
want.
give you, but this is not an exchange period where we answer
I
your
understand that. But I
questions.
just want to know who is in touch with these numbers? Who actually knows what's in these budgets, Commissioner? Y'all's don't.
Okay.
You need help with this.
Start it again, please. There you go.
You need help with these numbers and these budgets. These budgets are so complex. 300 pages dropped on you in 3 days. You try to wrap your mind around that and then be well composed for a meeting and take on the rest of the agenda? It's taxing your nerves. It's taxing my nerves just thinking about it.
You're using your time.
Okay, well, why not allocate these items, these complex budgets and these numbers that are so crucial to our future, to the committees, and have the committees draw upon interns and students who are interested in the art of governance. They want to participate, these youth, in something meaningful, and this is a way they can do it.
Thank you. Is there any additional comment here in chambers? Sensing none. Ms. Johnson, is there any public comment online?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marcia Johnson for the record. At this time, there's no public comment online.
Very good. We'll bring it back to the board. Any further questions or comments from the board? Then I'll entertain a motion. Mr. Tarkanian, you wanted to entertain a motion earlier. Okay. Commissioner Hales, anybody want to offer a motion here?
Sure. I move that we adopt Resolution 2023R-005 to augment the fiscal year 2022-23 budgets in various funds by $2,246,711, funded from greater than anticipated opening fund balances of $1,847,511, and transfers from the Town of Minden General Fund of $399,200 as presented.
Motion by Commissioner Hales, seconded by Commissioner Noasad to adopt Resolution 2023R-005 as presented. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. As indicated on the agenda, item number 9, I've been also already indicated that we'll move item number 9 past item number 11, so we'll go directly to item number 10 for possible action discussion to approve the appointment of a county commissioner to the Carson Water Subconservancy District to fill a vacancy due to the resignation of John Ingalls to serve the remaining unexpired term February 2nd, 2023 through December 31st, 2024, being presented by our County Manager, Patrick Cates.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really don't have much to add besides the agenda title, but I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay. So I'll give a little background then. Okay. The Carson Water Subconservancy District is a product of, I believe it's, I'm thinking 5 counties, Douglas County, Carson City, Story County, Lyon County, and Churchill County. A non-voting member of that is also California County of Alpine, which is the headwaters of the Carson River. So anyways, 2 years ago, I became a member of that by appointment of this board, and then previous Commissioner John Ingalls was appointed as well to both of us to 4-year terms. Mr. Ingalls has indicated that he no longer wants to serve on that board, and so he has tendered his resignation to that board to our County Manager, Patrick Cates. And so what this is a need to accept that resignation and then refill that vacancy with preferably with a member of this board. So anyways, and I know Commissioner Hales has indicated a desire to serve in that stead and has actually already started attending those meetings. Anyways, I would entertain a motion to approve accept the resignation of John Ingalls from the Carson Water Sub-Conservancy and appoint Commissioner Charlotte Hales to that vacancy. I'm going to entertain that motion.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Oh, yes, I'm sorry, it's public, yes, you're right. Thank you for that correction. Yep. Huh? And discussion. Yeah, is there any discussion on that? Okay, sensing no discussion, then is there any public comment on that item?
Jason Gibson, just want to thank you, Mr. Angles. I know you're tuned in. Thanks for dropping in today.
Is there any other public comment here in chambers regarding the resignation of previous Commissioner John Ingalls and the appointment of a county commissioner to that position? Ms. Johnson, is there anybody online for that?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marsha Johnson for the record. At this time, there's no public comment online.
Okay, now we'll bring it back to the board and entertain a motion.
I got one question. I just want to know your top 3 issues that you're going to. Never mind.
We're going to get to the norms and procedures and talk about sarcasm. That's just easy. I'm all for sarcasm.
Okay, so we have, I entertain a motion. Okay. Okay.
I recommend we move to appoint Charlotte Hill to Carson Water Sub-Conservancy District with the unexpired term of John Ingalls, February 22nd, 23 through December 31st, 24.
And that we accept his resignation.
And we have accepted his resignation.
Okay.
Should combine them.
Second.
Okay, okay, motion by Commissioner Noah, seconded by Commissioner Tarkanian to accept the resignation of previous Commissioner John Ingalls and appoint Commissioner Charlotte Hales to the Carson Water Sub-Conservancy District for the unexpired term of February 2nd, 2023 through December 31st, 2024. Any discussion on that? Sensing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes 5-0. There you go, another job. Well, their board packets aren't nearly as large as ours, so that's good too, right? Next, we'll go to item number 11 for possible action, discussion and direction to staff regarding legislative issues proposed by legislators or other entities permitted to submit bill draft requests that may impact Douglas County. The board may take action to support or oppose any legislative item, including in the Douglas County Bill Tracker Report included with the board packet being presented by County Manager Patrick Cates.
Oh, there we go. Okay. Having a little problem with the microphones today. For the record, Patrick Cates. This will be a standing agenda item on every board meeting for the duration of the legislative session. Before I go into my slides, just a couple of things that I want to cover from the 10,000 foot level. This will be the third session that I participated in while with Douglas County. And I know one thing that has come up with commissioners and members of the public when we have a lot of bills that come out of the legislature that impact local government, there's a lot of questions about, well, why do they care? Why are they trying to tell us what to do? That sort of thing. The Nevada legislature basically established every county in the state. We're a Dillon's Rule state. Counties have no power other than that given to them by the Nevada legislature. Every county has been created by an act of the legislature, and they take great interest in the powers of the counties, and they routinely give them duties to perform certain functions. Often they pass down those duties from the state to the local governments. Just as an example about their power over counties, goes back half a century, but the last time they created a new county, they actually abolished Ormsby County, which was the where Carson City was located. Carson City was the county seat, and because it was had such a small tax base, they abolished Ormsby County and had Carson City absorb it. So Carson City is this odd animal, I would say, in the structure of Nevada government, where it is both an incorporated city and functions as a county as well. Every legislative session, there are roughly 1,000 bills that are introduced. So that's every 2 years, 1,000 attempts to change law. Maybe half or less of those are approved. So there's a lot of legislation that impacts the county. Last legislative session, I believe we were actively tracking just under 300 of those bills. And this board was particularly interested in, I think it was about 12.5 bills. I'll do my best throughout session to keep you informed. And if the board wishes to take a position on a bill, this is the agenda item where we will do that. In terms of taking positions on bills, just as a matter of strategy, I would ask the board to consider doing so judiciously and doing so with bills that have a direct impact on county government. There may be other bills that you may personally feel strongly about, or maybe you feel impacts our citizens. And it's certainly your prerogative to take positions on any bills you choose, but we try to really focus on things that affect county government. And just in terms of strategy for lobbying the legislature in general, I do not recommend taking a position of oppose. You basically can be in support or neutral or opposed to a bill. And you may have good reason to oppose a bill, and there may come a time when that's necessary. But when working with the legislature, it is much better to have a neutral position and recommend amendments than to just oppose the bill. And I think of it the way I expect from my employees, and the way I've always, as an employee, if I have a problem, I want to come in hand with a solution. And you get a lot farther with the legislature if you have a problem with the bill to say, I'm neutral, but if you change these things, I can support your bill. So there's just a little bit of background of maybe how to approach some of these things. There's only a few bills that are out so far, so there's only a few bills I have to talk about, but I want to talk today a little bit more about process. Why is this not going? Oh, there we go. Okay, so I briefly want to review the legislative calendar. This is some excerpts from the legislative calendar. So the legislature will open next Monday. And there are a few important deadlines that we need to keep in mind. The February 13th, which is the following week, there's a deadline for legislators to submit bill draft requests. A bill draft request is a concept of a bill that goes to the Legislative Council Bureau staff to be drafted. And that's how bills start, and that's the deadline for legislators. So even though session has already started, the bills that are going to be considered aren't even all written yet. March 20th is a very important deadline for our tracking of bills. That's when a legislator's bill has to be introduced. So around the few days leading up to March 20th, it will rain bills. There will be hundreds of bills that will drop and be published to meet that statutory deadline. So things will move extremely fast, starting basically a few days, a week in advance of that deadline. March 27th, there's another deadline for other types of bills to be introduced. These are typically committee bills. So you have bills that are proposed by individual legislators, and then committee bills are kind of a variety of things. Douglas County has a bill that will be introduced as a committee bill. Committees themselves, if they do interim studies, they may have recommendations for a bill, so that's when those bills would be introduced. And I said, except for exempt, there are exempt bills. Generally, exempt bills have some sort of fiscal impact, but I can tell you from experience, the legislature will often declare bills exempt, and it's hard to understand exactly why, other than they want to exempt them from their own timelines. April 14th, that's a very important deadline. That means a bill has to be passed by the committee in the first house. So if it's an assembly bill, it's going to get assigned to a policy committee. That committee has to hear that bill, they have to workshop that bill, and they have to pass it by that deadline. I would say at least half or more of the bills will die at that deadline. They don't get out of committee. If they do get out of committee, and then they have to be approved by the full chamber. If it's assembly bill, it'll be the assembly. And then it goes over to the other house. So the deadline for it to get out of the committee of the second house is May 19th. And again, a lot of bills will die by that date. So you can see between mid-March and mid-April and into May, that's when the bulk of the bills will be out. That's when there'll be most hearings on the bills, and things will move very fast. Sometimes too fast for this board to take position on bills, because some things will come up faster than we can bring them to you for consideration. And then May 31st, that is the deadline for budget bills to be introduced. That usually doesn't impact us directly too much, although this session we do have an item related to that that I'll get into. And then all those exempt bills start coming out, and that's, a week before the end of session. June 5th is the end of session, also known as sine die, and unless the governor declares a special session, that'll be the end of it. And I was going to say it's uncommon to have special sessions, but I don't know if that's true, but I don't see any compelling reason at this point why they would have a special session. And governors don't like to call those. And when governors call them, they also have the power to say exactly what they're going to consider. So they can have a special session for X. It's not just a free-for-all. So that's the basic timeline that we're dealing with. Is there any questions on the timeline before I move on? Pretty straightforward.
Obviously, it's a pretty aggressive timeline, and for 1,000 bills, unreal. Really, but
yeah, it's a lot.
But at the same time, that's maybe good too, right?
Well, I'm thankful that we have biennial sessions and they don't meet every year.
Yeah.
There's some states where they meet every year, year-round. So they have lots of opportunities to change the laws. So I wanted to talk briefly about our partners that we tend to work with during session. The first one is the Nevada Association of Counties. I believe Chairman Gardner has a seat to represent Douglas County on NACO. NACO represents all the counties in the state, including Carson City. They're a great organization to work with. They're great advocates for counties, and we work with them year-round in and out of session. I will say that they have a limit, and that limit is when counties don't agree amongst themselves. If there's dispute between counties, they have to take a neutral stance because they try to represent all counties. Usually that's not the case, but sometimes that does happen. But nevertheless, they are a key partner. Our other partner is our legislative coalition. That's led by Walker and Associates. They are our lobbyist. We've been working with Walker and Associates for over 2 decades. And the coalition consists of Douglas, Lyon, and Story County. It has historically also included Carson City. We all contract with the Walkers for lobbying at the state level. Carson City chose this year to go it alone. They created a position, a governmental affairs position, and so they opted to do that rather than having a lobbyist. I thought that was unfortunate. I think we work really well together. I understand why they wanted a government affairs person, but I think we'll still be aligned on a lot of legislation. We'll still work with them informally. I did want to point out that the Walker and Associates, as I said, we've been working with them for over 2 decades. This will be their last session. They're going into retirement. So after this session and before the next session, the county will have to make some decisions about how they want to approach the next legislative session. I know in my discussion with my counterparts in Lyon and Story County, we certainly desire and have the intent to continue to work together. What that means, whether we hire another lobbyist, that'll be something that we'll have to talk about and this board will have to decide in the future. But we're all set for this session. I did also want to mention legislative representatives. Of course, for our districts, it's Senator Robin Titus and Assemblyman Ken Gray. They're great advocates for us, and they tend to make themselves very available to help advocate for our concerns. And then also the local elected officials, whether that's a district attorney, clerk treasurer, you know, they are elected officials in their own right, and they have the legislation that relates specifically to them, and we try to work with them as much as we can. I try to incorporate bills that they're interested in that are specific to them in reporting to you. There may be times that you want to support a bill that's germane to them, but they are separate elected officials. They have their own associations, and they kind of do their own lobbying efforts. You may have seen an article that our DA, District Attorney Mark Jackson, is the president of the Nevada District Attorneys Association, and they are seeking to roll back some of the criminal justice reform bills that have been passed the last couple of sessions. Roles and responsibilities. So the role of the Board of County Commissioners is to take a position on bills that have major policy impact on counties. I will keep you apprised of all the bills that we're following, but as I discussed, there'll probably be a certain number of bills that you want to take a position on. I talked about the elected officials and working through their own associations. And the role of county staff. This is really an all-hands effort for our staff because we have different subject matter experts in our various departments. My office, all of our office staff, will be very involved in tracking these bills, these 1,000 bills that will drop. And we will provide bill analysis, testimony where appropriate, and staff may take positions on bills that have minor policy impacts on the county. I may need to take a position on a bill that we can't bring to the board just because of timing. I'm generally reluctant to do that, and if we do, like I said, it's just best to be neutral. But depending on circumstances, we may have to take some position on that, and hopefully that's okay for the board as well. And then, of course, my role to keep the board informed, coordinate with all the staff and the elected officials and the coalition. And lobby and testify as needed. Any questions on roles and responsibilities?
Yes, sir. One question.
Yes, sir.
If there is a bill that does affect the county, is there any reason why individual commissioners could not go and testify before the legislature?
For the record, Patrick Gates, there is no reason a commissioner should not testify before the legislature. If you would like to testify before the legislature, that is certainly your prerogative. I'd be happy to work with any commissioner to help coordinate that, but you certainly have every right to do that on any legislation. So county priorities. So we have two things that are related to China Spring, and I've been giving regular updates to the board on the situation with China Spring. But we do have AB 68. This board approved submitting that bill as one of Douglas County's bills. I believe that was last October, if I remember. So that is a bill, AB 68. It changes the statutory funding formula for how counties are assessed to fund China Spring. The current state law based those assessments on school population. So they look at the student population in each county and then assess based on the percentages of students among the counties. This would change that formula so that half of the assessment is based on student population. The other half is based on utilization of the camp. So we would look at a couple fiscal years prior and look at all the bed days at the camps based on how that's been broken out by the counties, and the counties would be assessed based on that. The net impact of that, it doesn't change the overall amount of money that China Spring will get from local government. It does change what counties will pay. So counties who are heavy utilizers of the camp would see their fees go up, or their assessment goes up, and those that use it less would see their assessment go down. Based on the data sets that we worked for this bill, there would be a fiscal impact to Douglas County. Based on those years, it was about $88,000 increase per year to support the camp. Other counties that use the camp a lot, Carson City, Lyon County, Nye County, oddly enough, is a large user of the camp. Their fees would go up. What it really does is help the really small rural counties. Mineral County, counties like that. Some of them may go a few years without sending a kid to camp. And so this will save them some money. They're smaller jurisdictions. However, this all came out of the NACO working group. We wanted to still have some part of that assessment be based on student population, because even if a small rural county may not send a kid there for a couple of years, we want them to support the camp so that it's there when they do need to send a kid. And like I said, this was reviewed through the NACO China Spring Working Group. All counties participated. Everybody was good with this language. That bill is actually up for its introduction hearing in the Assembly Judiciary Committee on February 14th. I will be providing testimony to introduce that bill, and I believe there should be several counties testifying in support of that bill as well. The other item related to China Spring is the Health and Human Services budget. As I previously reported, the legislature reduced funding to China Spring from the state last fiscal year, or last biennium, so 2 fiscal years. The current budget from Governor Lombardo restores those cuts, which is great. I think that is a huge achievement, and we just need to make sure that the legislature doesn't reduce that. So we'll be following their budget hearings. I don't have any dates for that, but it'll probably be in the March timeframe to make sure if there are any questions that they have, and make sure that stays in there. I expect it will. A lot of the legislators who had concerns about funding for China Spring and they had concerns about the equity of funding between China Spring and the camp in Clark County. They're termed out and not in the legislature anymore. So I'm hoping there won't be any issues, but we'll monitor it very closely.
Mr. Cates, before we move on that, the funding formula that you addressed, is that going to have any impact? Well, the budget that Governor Lombardo has proposed for full restoration of the funds that were previously cut, will that have any impact on the funds of the funding formula that you identified there and the output by the counties?
I'm trying to figure out the right way to answer this because it's always complicated. The way the statute reads, Governor Lombardo restoring that funding will mean that the county assessments will be lower than they would be if that cut had stayed in place. I didn't know if I said that right, but basically the way the state law reads, you take the camp's budget, you take what the state support is, and what's left is an assessment to the counties. Now, last legislative session, through agreement with the money committees, they did not pass on that cut from the state to the county, so our assessments didn't go up because of that cut. Going forward, the way the law reads, it would. So by restoring that, it should keep us at status quo. If they had not restored that, then yeah, it's likely assessments would have gone up. Is that clear?
I think so. So once all of this comes hopefully to fruition, then that facility would be able to get back up to full staffing and full utilization, if I'm not mistaken.
For the record, Patrick Cates, that is correct. I would also add that counties made a contribution for the current fiscal year because the budgeted cut was supposed to double this fiscal year. It was like 800,000 last fiscal year. It was supposed to double this fiscal year. And county stepped up, including us, to help fund that gap. And they were also recently awarded from the state ARPA funds, and that came before this board for this year for funding. So they have all the funding they need to get back up to full staffing, and they're restoring positions, and hopefully this will carry them forward into the future. Okay, so a few other bills I just want to touch on briefly. These are bills that are sponsored by NACO. The first one is AB 47. This allows governments to construct and operate and maintain off-highway vehicle trails near or adjacent to paved highways. So what this is about is there is a state OHV commission, and they grant monies to local jurisdictions and nonprofits for OHV trails. And under state law, you can't operate OHVs on state highways and public roads. And there has been some conflict around that. So this bill makes it clear that you can build them adjacent to those types of roadways. You know, we have a lot of OHV recreators that use our county. For some counties, it's really big business for them. It just gives us more opportunities to provide that amenity for our visitors and our residents. Next bill is SB 20. That relates to the filling of vacancies on Board of County Commissioners under state law. The governor gets to fill a vacant position. If one of you were to resign or, God forbid, pass away, it would be up to the governor to replace you. This allows the county to establish an ordinance basically that would prescribe what that process looks like and how they'd be replaced instead of it just being up to the governor. SB 21 raises the population thresholds for urban versus rural from 50K to 52,000. That really helps Douglas County and Nye County. We're both kind of right at that limit. There's a lot of laws that are written that pass mandates down to the urban counties, Clark and Washoe, and traditionally they've used that 50,000 as a cutoff. So by raising that, it keeps us in that rural category so that we don't get some of those obligations that they pass on to the urban counties. There also are some adjustments for the other smaller rural counties as well to conform with the existing law, so they're treated the same way they were when the law was passed.
You don't know that they would be willing to adjust that 52K up above that? In other words, 60 or 65 or 70? That would get, certainly even 55 would probably get through my lifetime, but, you know, maybe.
Yes. The next bill, NACO bill, is SB 22. That relates to publication of legal and public notices. It basically says that you can do your public notices electronically rather than in the newspaper of record. That's a big deal for a lot of rural counties. There's few local newspapers of record, and they publish less and less. You know, the Record Courier publishes twice a week. You know, when these laws were written, they generally were publishing newspapers every single day, sometimes more than once a day. So this bill or some version of that I've seen in sessions going back for years. It has never passed before, but NACO's going to take another run at it. Those are all the NACO bills that I wanted to highlight. They have a couple other bills they're sponsoring, but they don't relate to us directly.
Before you go beyond this slide, I want to go back up to SB 20.
Yes, sir.
You know, I think that's an important bill. Right now, the governor, at his sole discretion, has the ability to appoint, regardless of whether or not that individual is of the same party as the one that resigned, and also within the same geographical district. Okay, so it's his sole discretion to do that. We discovered this in the state legislature. If assemblyman or a state senator vacates theirs, then it has to be from the same party and from the same jurisdiction. However, in the current NRS, gives the governor full sole discretion. And so that affects every county in the state, not just the rural counties, but every county. And so I know that this is a hot topic, and I'm hoping that because my attitude is that the sitting commissioners of a board in any county, should they have a resignation, are best suited to determine who within their county is best suited for that position. So that's, I'm very much in favor of this particular bill.
Okay, very good. Any other questions on these particular bills? And I'm almost done. Just a few other pieces of legislation that may be of interest to you. AB 20, this is a bill that came from the city of Sparks. They're calling it the Blue Light Bill. It allows local governments to display non-flashing blue lights on vehicles beyond just first responders. So our roads department could use them for maintenance and repair or traffic control. I know I have talked a little bit with the sheriff about that. I'm not sure if we necessarily see the need for this, but the city of Sparks is pushing that bill. AB 5, this is a bill that is being pushed by the League of Cities. This directs the Department of Taxation to contract to study unfunded mandates on local governments. This obviously is very important to us, unfunded mandates. I've never seen them actually study that impact in any meaningful way. I don't know how far this will get in the legislature, but it's an interesting bill that certainly has some impact on us. AB 9, I need to learn a little bit more about this bill, but this came from the Northern Regional Behavioral Health Policy Board, and it gives them a larger role in community behavioral health needs, allows them to do planning, allows them to work more with State Department of Health and Human Services. The intent with this is that there is more effort made to expand behavioral health services in rural communities as well as the urban communities. So this may have some impact to us. I need to learn a little bit more about exactly what that would look like, but it seems like a positive development. And AB 10, this is from the city of Las Vegas. This creates a transportation and housing reinvestment zone and tax increment area for the cost of transportation and housing within the zone. So this seems to be similar to redevelopment areas, but it's focused specifically on transportation projects and housing. Interesting bill. I don't know that if we would ever use it, but we have one RDA that's currently active, and we want to monitor this bill. And if nothing else, we want to make sure that it doesn't conflict with our RDA. So kind of interesting. There's a lot more bills coming, but these are just a few that I highlighted for today. I don't know if the board wants to consider taking a position on any of these bills. The NACO bills in particular, NACO is obviously sponsoring these bills, so when NACO testifies, they're going to say they have the support of the counties for these bills because the county representatives on the NACO bill board has approved these. So totally your discretion if you wish to take a position and support NACO on these bills or just let it ride. I don't know that there's any hearing scheduled for these bills at this time. So with that, that's all I have. Thank you.
Commissioners' comments. I think County Manager Patrick Cates indicated that we could entertain a position on some of these at the will of this board. So, but questions for Mr. Cates, and then it is a for possible action, so we have to go to the public for that. But questions and comments and ideas.
Do you need any action to support your China Spring testimony?
For the record, Patrick Cates, I would say no because the board already took action to support submitting that bill. So I think we're good there. Totally up to you on these other ones. If you want more information, I can provide bill language and
I was gonna
stuff, so.
say, I didn't see this in the package. Can we have like the time to go through them all and then maybe decide what we want to recommend or not after we had a chance to go through them all?
Absolutely.
Yes, as I recall, Mr. Cates indicated that we will be having an update every board meeting on this. So this gives us time to look at them and hopefully more that we can entertain and possibly look at them at the next meeting as well. Commissioner Hales?
I had the same thought you did. 2,000 is a lot of trouble to go through for a small margin. Seems like 55 or 60 should be better, would be better. And yeah, and I surely support the first three. The only thing that comes to mind on the last one is I know that some rural newspapers have a hard time staying solvent, and I would hate to do this and put under a newspaper.
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Nosad, you had a question?
Yes. The list you've given us here, I think Commissioner Tarkanian asked for what you got, what you personally have, that full list that we could get a look at.
For the record, Patrick Cates. I think for the next meeting, I will put the full bills in the packet for these bills so you can read them in advance, and anything else I can get from NACO so that you can review that. That's totally understandable.
All right, thank you.
Okay, we ready to go to public comment? Okay. Public comment is now entertained on item number 11, discussion and direction to staff regarding legislative issues.
1, 2. Thank you, Jason Gibson with NevadaFamilies.org. Folks, we met with the new state of Nevada Assembly supporting Governor Lombardo during his recent inauguration, how to become an effective citizen lobbyist. As Pat said, the Nevada legislature starts on Monday, February the 6th, 2023. Learn how to effectively lobby the legislature from your own home. Learn how a bill becomes law. Your pocketbook and your liberties are at stake, for real. You can make a difference through your participation. We make it simple. Nevada Families for Freedom has been enabling Constitution-minded, conservative, and pro-family men and women to participate in the process of self-government and public policy making. This work will help preserve individual liberty, respect for family integrity, public and private virtue, and private enterprise in the state of Nevada and in America. Nevada Families' achievements prove that citizen volunteers can make a difference in our local communities, in Carson City, at the state capitol, and in Congress. We also work to elect candidates at every level and articulate pro-Constitution, conservative, and pro-family policies through the media. We have 3 target dates to look forward to. 2 in Carson City, 1 this Saturday. Again, this is up at NevadaFamilies.org. Saturday's meeting is at 9 a.m. at the Zen Shop. The Monday meeting in Carson City is February the 6th at 4 o'clock. And then they're bringing it to Minden on Tuesday for the Good Government Group at February the 7th at noon at the COD Casino right downtown here. With regards to bills like AB2 and the blue light special bill, we know what that's about, because here in Douglas County, they've created a militarized jurisdiction out of our county with a blue stripe, blue lights in 1/3 of the residential homes in the ranchos. They're flying a foreign flag in our courthouse that they plan to expand. They've removed the 13 stripes and replaced it with 12, replaced the colors of these flags with black and white, and here they pledge allegiance to it before every meeting. That 13 is the natural law on the Great Seal, on every dollar bill. That's the natural law of the 13 moon 28-day count. that's been stitched into our country since the founding of this country. 13 jurisdictions, 13 colonies, 13 stars, 13 stripes, 13 moons in motion. Busted.
Thank you. Any additional public comment here in chambers? Sensing none, Ms. Marsha Johnson, is there any public comment online?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marsha Johnson for the record. At this time, there's no public comment online.
Okay. So I'll bring it back to the board. Is there any desires to have the board take a stance on any of these, or do you wish to wait until the next meeting?
I'm good waiting. I just want to follow up. I'm not necessarily opposed to that newspaper thing. I just would need to learn more about it. Be careful with it. So yeah, I think waiting's fine.
Okay, that's kind of the feeling, I think, is that we'll wait for 2 weeks, February 16th. Thank you. I would also mention that Commissioner Titus, or State Senator Titus and Assemblyman Ken Gray have indicated an interest in coming to the board and talking as well at some point in time. Okay, I don't know if it's, I would trust that that would be during session or, while we're in session sometime. Depending, I mean, they have a lot of work. I understand that too. Yep, so anyways. Okay, so do we need to take a break before we go into go back to item number 9? Or do you want to go to that? Okay, I'm sensing no break needed. Okay, so at this time we'll revert back to, oh, wait a minute. We needed public comment on that, didn't we? Oh, we had public comment. Sorry. Okay, just wanted to make sure that we did that. Okay, sometimes I forget. So, okay, item number 9 then, for possible action, discussion to review and update the Board of County Commissioners' norms and procedures and to direct staff to bring forward a resolution incorporating any requested changes to the norms and procedures at a future board meeting. Mr. Cates is on the agenda for this, but do you have anything to add to that, or can I just proceed with the way we kind of did it last time? Okay. So as I indicated last time, we've had 2 weeks to take a look at this document, and I certainly don't want to rush through it. I think it's important that we discuss every aspect of this so we have a very clear understanding amongst ourselves of exactly where we are. Anyways, and I indicated that we would have time also to go back and look at the other 5 pages, I believe, that we were through. And in my review, I caught a couple of items that I'd like us to discuss and take a look at, if you don't mind. So if you don't mind, I'll start with this and then we can go forward. Item on Section 1, Act in the Public Interest. Section 1, Item B. Commissioners will work for the common good of the people of Douglas County and not just their district or the political party or constituency that elected them. I'm not sure we need anything past commissioners will work for the common good of the people of Douglas County. I think we all understand that we were elected at large and we represent the entire county. So I don't know that we really necessarily need that line in there that says, and just their district or political party or constituency to elect them. What can I get some feelings from you folks in that regard?
I don't think it makes a difference. If you want to take it out, it means the same thing.
I agree with Commissioner Tarkanian. I would add that we had some word substitutions last time for will work in item B.
He's made those on.
What?
He's made those changes on.
Oh, okay.
It's in the second section of the norms and procedures.
Do you have the
Find
redacted
it.
copy?
Hmm?
Do you have the redacted copy?
No, I don't.
This is how this changed. I'm sorry about that. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Go take off.
Well, we changed the wording from will to shall, but I don't know that that really necessarily addresses what I'm saying in regards to directing us that we direct, we work for the common good of the people of Douglas County. Once again, it's not a critical item. I'm just asking whether or not we feel like there's a general gut feeling that we need to have that in there, that's all.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
I don't think that that's necessary at all. And I don't think that the word will should have been replaced by shall. Commissioners will work for the common good of the people of Douglas County. I think that's understood by all of us. And I think that's understood by anybody that runs for office. So I don't see that that's needed.
Commissioner Hales, you have any feelings here?
I sort of like it, but what if we just said for the common good of all the people of Douglas County and then deleted that last half?
If we don't.
No, I realize that. I just.
We got a lot of stuff to go around.
Yeah,
so
okay.
I want to do it, at least on my end.
Okay.
Can I just say one thing above? I think that respectful should have been over. The respectful
After
should have been
timely.
over. After timely, yeah, exactly.
I'm sorry, where you at?
First whereas.
Whereas,
Doug, when you put that back together, it should be after timely and not after manner.
and respectful is what we added, right? Okay, and you don't like us having to put that word in there?
I hate to be respectful. I don't want to take up a lot of time. I'm just saying,
Yeah.
I think grammatically it should be, you don't mean orderly, timely, and fair, semicolon, respectful. Respectful should be after timely, orderly, timely, respectful, and fair manner.
Okay, so it's just a matter of how we put it in there, how we readjust that, how we script it. Yeah, okay.
You're right. I'll
Okay,
fix that right
yeah.
now.
Yeah, okay. And you're probably not going to get through this entire document, or certainly approval of this entire document today. We'll probably have a new document come before us that we can then once again go through, so.
We may have a new Board of Commissioners before we agree.
Okay, so are we good with striking it and just saying all the people of Douglas County and strike the rest of it? Okay. You got that, Mr. Ritchie?
Good of all the people of Douglas County.
Yes. Okay. Going down to Section 2, advocacy, and here's where I also want to make note of something, okay? When representing their individual opinions or positions, commissioners shall explicitly state they do not represent the Douglas County Board of Commissioners, nor will they allow the inference that they do. When commissioners decide to communicate their individual opinions or positions, commissioners must not use the title of commissioner or refer to their position as an elected official when communicating with the public. I'm not sure, this would have direct conflict with your newsletter, would it not, Commissioner Tarkanian? Yes. Okay, because that's basically what it would do, is it would ban your use of the title commissioner in your bi-weekly newsletter, would it not?
I don't like being called commissioner anyway, so I could take it off. But no, I agree 100% with you. Yes, I agree.
Okay, could that be in the record, please? No.
One of the
and when we're out in the public, we're always referred to as commissioners. We're introduced as commissioners. We're known as commissioners. Okay, we're addressed as commissioners. So not to be able to use our title just seems completely, contrary to what happens in the public eye. So
I believe that when we are giving our own opinions, we should say this, it's my opinion that. But I see, everybody knows we're commissioners. And I don't see why striking the word commissioner from any introduction or a piece of paper that we may be putting out would make any difference whatsoever, as long as you put, in my opinion. It is my opinion, it's my thought that. I don't think that we need to remove the ability to use the term commissioner.
So I'm suggesting we just strike that last line. Commissioners must not use the title commissioner or refer to their position as elected official when communicating with the public. Are we good with that, striking that line? Commissioner Hales?
Yeah, that might get where I wanted to go, which is, I think the concept in this section is important, which is if you need to distinguish between when you're conveying the position that the board has already taken, that is the official policy. You can be very official and authoritative on those things, and you should be. But when you're going out on a limb with your own opinion of what should happen in the future, I think the public should have the clear understanding of the distinction of those two. It's not always possible because it's not always crystal clear, but I think that the principles are good ones, and we should try and keep them.
See, I don't have this problem in my newsletter because all I state are facts. I don't ever state opinions, so we don't have that problem. But and again, I don't want to waste time on stuff that isn't that important here, but it seems to me if you're speaking to the public and you're taking a position on something or giving an opinion on something, wouldn't the public assume that's what your position is and what the public opinion is? I mean, if you're going to say the board took a position on something, wouldn't you say, well, the board voted for this, but my opinion's this, or I believe this? I mean, it seems to me it's going to be clear if you're making a statement, it's your opinion.
I do not want to tread on a fellow commissioner's First Amendment right to the Constitution.
I just think it's pretty obvious if someone knows if you're making a statement that this is what you believe in, as opposed to saying the board voted for this, or we approve this.
So are we, once again, are we good with commissioners must not use, cutting that entire line out of there? Okay.
Well, starting with when commissioners decide to communicate their individual opinions.
And positions. Yes, that's where it should start. Right. Yep. Yep.
I think that the first sentence
Is what?
Adequate.
Adequate. Yes. Okay. Okay. And so we strike everything after that first sentence. Yep. Okay. Okay. Those are just some of the things I looked at when I reviewed the document again. Anyways, and we went ahead and I'm pleased that we don't have to direct your professional attire. So we've struck item 12, line 12 out of that other section. Right. So I just want to get back to where we are then. Did any other commissioners see anything else in the first 5 pages?
I had a question on, yeah, there's a couple of things. Is it my turn?
Go ahead. I want this to be an open forum, of open dialogue. So yes, please.
There was 2 things, and let me find them. I think I wrote them down. No, I didn't write them down here. What would I have done? One of them, I'm not going to spend the time doing this because I'm not going to find it, but there's one thing on it that there's one of them I do know, and it deals with the statements about staff and stuff. And you use the word criticize again. You change the word to on something else between the board members, something like offend. If you're going to say if you can't say, I don't agree with the word criticize, and mostly dealing with whether it's a commissioner, staff member, or, I mean, I don't know. I don't even think the general public, I can't find it right now.
Okay.
It's on 284.
284. Yeah, I got too many things open.
284. Oh, conduct with one another?
Number 3.
Number 3. Is this with each other? So this is the one that has...
Commissioners will avoid offensive comments or personal attacks from other commissioners?
I said he changed it to offensive, which is fine. I think that he changed it, I think, from criticize or speak negatively to offensive. And offensive is less broad. But then later on, when you're talking about county staff and stuff, you was, okay, there, I'm finding it, okay.
I have a hard copy. Would you give me the page number on the hard copy?
Yeah, I have a hard copy also. Well, I'm looking at it on my computer as well.
The one he's talking about is page 5 of 14.
Yes. And I had a comment on item number 7 on that. Okay? County commissioners shall not get involved in administrative functions. The board collectively establishes policies that are then implemented by the county manager. I'd like to add, I'd like us to consider adding the words, the board collectively by majority vote at a Board of Commissioners meeting establishes policies that are then implemented by the county manager.
What section?
That's items on page 5 of 12, C, commissioner
Section
conduct
what?
with staff, and item number 7.
On the hard copy, what section, are we talking about section 4, section 5?
I'm sorry.
It's
section, wow, this is a long section.
4C8, I think.
This is section 4, role of the commissioner. Then we go to page 5, lines, item C.
Please don't use pages and lines.
5 of
Section-
12.
I don't have 5 of 12, I have 5 of 14.
Well, because okay, I'm looking at the hard copy that's not redacted.
West,
Or-
section 4, subsection C.
Yes.
And whatever numbers you're talking about,
Number
I see 7 and 8.
Number 7.
4, subsection C.
Oh, 6, yeah.
I'm sorry, Wes.
Did you give him a redacted copy? C, what?
C. C7. What do you have?
It says, county commissioners shall not get involved.
There you go. Now we're on the same page. Okay. So county commissioners shall not, what I'm entertaining, the thought process is adding some words to that. County commissioners shall not get involved in administrative functions, period. The board collectively, and what I would like to add the words, by majority vote at a Board of Commissioners meeting establishes policies that are then implemented by the county manager. That expresses process.
Collectively, it's special process.
Yes.
Tells you what you need to make, because we don't do anything but that by a majority vote.
Okay.
Okay, so that's fine. I don't have an issue. You wanted to say something? Go ahead.
I do want to say something about this, and it was nice to have a couple weeks to give this some thought. And the idea that I want to express that I'm not sure made it out last time is this, that the 5 of us were elected to do the same job. And so it's pretty tricky for 5 really diverse individuals to do one job. And that's why these norms and procedures are so important, and I really appreciate the time we're taking. If one of us steps out of line on any one of these norms and procedures, they're usurping more authority than all the others. That's why this is important. And I think 7 that you just talked about is one prime example of how that happens. And none of us want the other 4 to have more power than the others. And so I really like the emphasis that you're putting on this one.
Are you going? I let her go.
Yeah, thank you. I think we're we're gilding the lily here, basically. Nothing happens on this board but that it passes minimally 3-2. I'd hate to think that a 2-3 passed. Not possible.
Obviously, it does not, yeah.
Yes. However, the board collectively establishes policies, period.
Okay.
That are then implemented by the county manager, because he is our sole employee.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so I wanted to ask my question now, and this deals with what you're referring to as administrative functions. If you're referring to it as administrative functions, that a constituent contacts the county commissioner and says he has a problem, they have a problem with something, and they can't get a response from the county, I am absolutely going to go to the county manager, and I was going to the department heads, which is exactly what Washoe County does, and say, these people are having the problems. What answer can you give them, and what can you do for them? Do you call that administrative functions? And if you do, there's absolutely no way I would agree to that. It would be usurping my authority to act and do my job as an elected commissioner. So, I'm not sure what you mean by administrative functions.
Well, perhaps we should ask our county manager for a little clarification on that. What does he see as administrative functions? Because he's our collective employee.
But the problem is this. It isn't so much what the county manager interprets as administrative functions. I think what you're getting at is, and let's just I'll give you a perfect example. We did the road example where people felt they're speeding. Now, it would be an administrative function if about what you're going to do with regards to the speeding. But it is absolutely I believe it's absolutely my job, and I'm going to continue doing it while I'm on the board, is responding to my constituents' needs when they have a problem. I don't direct staff, but I ask, what can we do to help slow down the traffic there? If they tell me, hey, can you contact Sheriff Coverly? I've contacted Sheriff Coverly. He's put some police officers there. And then I had discussions with Pat, and I think Pat had discussions with John Erb. Now, the point is this. You can put in here all you want in the norms and procedures, and you absolutely got to follow them. But I was elected to do my job as a county commissioner, and this is not what other county commissioners do. Other county commissioners, if you look at Washoe County, even in their norms and procedures, it states that they go to the department heads and or they go to staff and ask for help on certain things. It's exactly what happens when I get a constituent that has a problem. And I have no problem going directly to Mr. Cates as long as Mr. Cates gets back with me. Now, I got some things that are over a week late, and it makes me look really bad when I can't get a response to them. But if you want me to go through Mr. Cates every time, I can do that. But other norms and procedures, Washoe County has you going directly to the department heads. But to say a county commissioner should get an email from a constituent complaining that they can't get a response from the county and then the county commissioner can't do anything, that's ridiculous.
Well, okay. I hear what you're saying.
Mr. Chairman.
But, as I look at this, I'm looking at item 7 and I'm looking at item 3. And item 3 is almost identical. If you look at item 3 there under C, okay, the board through a majority vote directs the county manager to implement board policy decisions through the administrative functions of the county.
No, that's different because what's happening is we dictate policy and that policy then isn't being implemented. So then a constituent complains and says, hey, this isn't being implemented. Hey, I got a road that hasn't been paved in 40 years. I pay taxes. This road should be paved. So me as a county commissioner is supposed to say, no, I'm not going to do anything? Listen, we can go on and on about it. I want to make it's on the record. I'm making my position very clear. I respond to every single constituent who reaches out to me. Some of them keep me on the phone for over an hour. And I talk with them and I try to handle their problems. And I think that's part of our responsibility as a county commissioner. Now, if you guys don't want to do it, that's your choice. But I was elected to do it, and I'm certainly going to try to help any constituent I can. That's completely different than I think what you guys try to infer I do, or is said behind my back that I do, that I go to county staff and direct them to do something. I have never done that. I've asked them, what can we do to get this stuff done? And if we don't get it done, then I say, let's take it to a vote in front of the board. And that's exactly what my responsibility should be as a county commissioner.
Mr. Chairman, I think what we're doing is talking about process. There's a chain of command in every organization. And I think what we're asking is that we follow that chain of command. And the chain of command starts here and then goes to there. You go to the next step. If you're in the military, you go to your sergeant, and then he goes to the lieutenant, and then he goes to the captain, and then he goes to whatever. And I think that by following the chain of command, we can never go wrong.
I already said that I could go directly to Mr. Cates. That wasn't an issue, so it has nothing to do with the chain of command. It is
the chain of command.
I didn't say there was an issue with going to Mr. Cates. I said it needs to be brought up if something isn't being done. If a constituent contacts you and something needs to be done, the county commissioner should try to reach out to, and if you want to be Mr. Cates every time, and if he has the wherewithal to respond every time, that's wonderful. Other county commissioners, like Washoe County, don't. They go to the department head if you read their norms and procedures. But it isn't a chain of command I have a problem with. The way it's written is you're saying we can't get involved in administrative activities or decisions or whatever, and if that means that our policies aren't being followed, and some guy hasn't had his road paved in 40 years, I'm supposed to say, hey, tough luck, buddy, I can't do nothing for you. That's not the case.
In some cases it is. No, in some cases it is, because we have designated county-maintained roads and unmaintained roads. And just because somebody lives on out our way, out in my district, that's 5 miles out past the dump, okay, that is a unmaintained county road. Even though they pay their taxes, the county's never going to take that on as a responsibility, because they can't pay enough county taxes in 40 years to pay for the paving of that road.
But Mark, you know that's not right, because I didn't say, hey, go pave the road. I said if they can't pay the road, it should go before the board, and we should decide whether this road, which has the school buses that were getting stuck in the snow, and he had pictures of them, should continue to go on when it's endangering the safety of our kids. The road was less than 40 feet, and he pays far more taxes than 40 feet of a road over 40 years. It's insulting, but it isn't something, again, this is where you guys want to try to make me look like I'm doing administrative stuff. I do not direct staff. I ask staff to do it. If they can't do it, I say, well, then let's take it to the board so we can decide whether something like this should be done.
Once again, I think it's all about process. But Commissioner Hales?
Well, I think this is an important point, because the fact is, if one constituent in your district gets special attention and gets a problem solved, that might mean that there's no more funds for someone in my district to get their problem solved. And that's why commissioners shouldn't get involved in administrative functions. That's not to say that we're not responsive to our constituents. We should be responsive to our constituents, and we should follow the proper process. If there seems to be a matter that's not fairly being treated or being responded to, yes, we follow the chain of command. I definitely stand by this language. Commissioners should not get involved in administrative functions, and I think it's the harsh reality that we can't solve every constituent's problems all the time. There are proper ways to address constituent problems, and we should do that, but it should be proper and only in ways that would be authorized by the full board. So if we need to defer wording on this and have Mr. Cates present, whatever chain of command thoughts he might want to present, I'm willing to do that. But the point is that we should not be in the weeds solving problems for our constituents directly.
Okay, so again, you misstate what I said, in that I said if they couldn't take care of the issue, it goes to the full board. So I'm not getting tax dollars from my constituent away from you. It goes to the full board. And that's exactly what I said. And I completely, 1,000% disagree that county commissioners or city council people should not be in the business of solving the problems of their constituents if possible. That's exactly what we were elected for. And I think, you know what? Let the voters decide who they want to have representing them. Somebody who's returning their calls, trying to help them, or someone who says, hey, we can't help you, we got to leave it to the staff who's not taking care of your business.
I just need to say that's not what I said either, because we should try and help. We should do it through appropriate channels. And sometimes the answer is we can't help. That is the sad truth.
Now, as to
that is the frustrating truth, is it not? Okay, it is the frustrating truth, because we have to weigh the resolution of a problem for one resident that may create unintended consequences for 1,000 more by doing that, and that's what we have to weigh as Board of Commissioners.
The entire board can vote on it after it's brought to them. After it's brought to them for a vote, which is what I tried to do with the road issue. And it was the entire board I asked to have until they got it resolved. And then that means that the board member has to be able to get his item on the agenda, which was not done, which we'll get to soon.
Okay.
All right, let's get back to the chain of command idea. So I got a private complaining to me. That's called a constituent, by the way, complaining to me about a problem that he has. I get the data from him. I would go to the department head or the manager there and say, what about this? Is this true? What would you do to fix it? Okay, thank you very much. Then I go to what do I go to?
I don't know.
I go to the guy who works for me. I say, here's the problem, here's the possible solution, take care of it.
That would be the county manager.
That would be the county manager. Now, the question now becomes, does the county manager get inundated with all these problems? I mean, he has enough to do. Well, he doesn't. That's part of what he should be doing. But he has to take care of his lower end of his chain of command. So I think we should take the information down from the constituent, go to somebody who knows the data, collect that, go to the county manager and let him handle it.
Well, I'll illustrate a couple of ways that I've gone through, done it in the last couple of years, because I'm not an authority on everything, on very little thing, on very few things, and I don't know, and I don't have the knowledge. Okay, and any time that I call I get a call from a constituent, and then I go to the department head or I go to Patrick Cates for an answer on that. Often, when they give me that information, then I may misread that information. I may misinterpret that information. I may not communicate it in its proper manner. So I have had a tendency to, for instance, on roads, I've just had taken the liberty of either giving that constituent the roads division manager's phone number, okay, or the public works phone number, or the community development phone number, or the phone number for community services, okay. I've not tried to solve that problem myself, and I'm not tried to try to articulate what their professional knowledge is on that subject, because I run the risk of getting it wrong. And I would much prefer them be angry, really, at our roads division than at me as a commissioner, because I got it wrong. Okay, so that's the way I try to direct it to staff, and I do that quite often. Okay, is especially this time of year, I've tried to direct it to staff and said, call these people. You can get it from the horse's mouth that way. Now that may not be, you may not like the answer, by the way. And you may like the answer. I don't know. But at least I try to take that onus off of my back of trying to solve every constituent's problems, because I just don't have the time or the skill set to do that, or the knowledge, okay.
I got the time and I got the skill set, and I'm going to keep trying.
Wow. Okay. That's a hell of a statement.
Well, one thing you said, Mark,
statement you don't want.
was you went to the.
I have solved my constituents' problems by directing them to the proper source.
All right, but earlier you talked about
Talk to
solving the
Iggy's
problem,
and quick,
getting
squeak.
information that is. You implied that you were going to be part of getting that served, that taken care of. Not in that soliloquy we've just had did you say, I'll go to the source of the information, gather the information, and pass it off to the boss, or our boss. Not our boss, to our guy.
Yes. The key there, I believe, is following up with the constituent. Did you do this, and did you get an answer? And unfortunately, once again, you may not be happy with that answer, but at least you got it from the horse's mouth. So, anyways,
It's
okay.
like any prayer you make to the high God.
I think it's very.
People often
I
say
think
no.
it's very interesting that one of us would consider to be the authority on all the issues.
You know what? If you want to make a statement like that, the sad part is, I think it's really interesting that some of you, I'm going to tailor what I say, that some of you don't feel like you should help your constituents and do everything possible to solve their problems. That's what's really sad. So if you want to take shots and twist around what I said, the sad part is maybe you ought to spend the time and effort that I do and respond to your constituents and fight for them. And maybe they'd appreciate you a little bit more.
Okay, I don't want to get in back and forth, Mr. Tarkanian, but I think I take exception to your feeling that there are commissioners here that don't want to help their constituents. Commissioner Hales.
I'm noting that on the next page, which is D, number 5, I think this is a little bit related, and I like it. Commissioners must not make promises to the public on behalf of the board. So I just think that's a good principle to use, that you never want to tell a commissioner or a constituent that you can solve their problem. because you just really don't know if you can. You can help them get the information, and you can help them go through the process and the chain of command, and you can follow up, and you can do all of that, but you can't promise that you can solve their problem.
Unfortunately, that happens a lot, so, yes, but a very, very good observation. Thank you.
Okay, and then the other thing that I couldn't find the number, but it was right there. It's number 7 from what you guys had. What were we on? D what?
B?
Oh, B?
No.
No, D. D, weren't we?
Just the one I just talked
Okay, no. Okay, so
We were on C, we were talking about C7.
And I think we've moved on from C stuff.
but remember the one I brought up about the statements to, God, I thought it was D, but was it C?
You're talking about statements.
Okay, so it's number 6, above number 7. Commissioners shall not publicly criticize an individual employee. Any criticism of staff shall be directed to the county commissioner or appropriate elected official. Well, first of all, a lot of my criticism has been towards the county commissioners, the county manager, so I don't see how that's going to do any good. But that's not the point. I don't have a problem if you word it the way Mr. Ritchie did, where it shouldn't be offensive. It shouldn't be a personal attack, but I believe, and again, I don't care what the norms and procedures tell them I can't. It's certainly the right thing to do, and it certainly is a legal thing to do. Is I'm going to be transparent to the public and tell them what's going on. And I don't in my newsletters I don't take personal shots at anybody. I state facts and of what's happened, and some of them are going to be criticisms if things aren't being done. The fact that the norms and procedures said I was supposed to have something put on the agenda, and I looked at now, I got 7 different jurisdictions that do not give the chairman or the manager the authority to hold back an agenda item. I mean, that's not criticism. That's a statement of a fact, and I don't think it's offensive. It certainly is criticized. I'm not going to sign off on something that says I can't criticize somebody if it's telling the truth.
Commissioner Hills.
100% opposite, Danny.
I know we talked about it.
I don't think that the way that this county is transparent is publicly noticing agendas, holding open meetings, having clear documents in the agenda packet. That is transparent. Sending an email to a fraction of the county voters, that gets information out, but it's not transparent like the public process is transparent. And I 100% stand behind this. Commissioners shall not publicly criticize an individual employee. When one commissioner does that, they usurp the authority of the full board to govern the county. And when that individual is the county manager, then a commissioner who is criticizing the county manager is taking away from the full board's authority to evaluate and supervise their one employee. It's entirely inappropriate, and if a commissioner does that, they should face appropriate consequences.
I 1,000% disagree, and I 1,000% won't follow what directive you put in that decision. The most important thing of any public servant is to be transparent and to allow the public to know what's going on. Governments of all kind and all forms and all levels do things behind the scenes so the public doesn't know it. It's not transparent. It's deceitful. It's unethical. These things happen. It's a bureaucracy. And if you're going to sit here today, Commissioner Hales, and say that things like that don't happen at this local government, that is not true. And if it is true, then what I'm writing should be false. And I've never been, not one thing I've written has somebody called out and said it was false, except you're saying that you haven't had a coalition of voters. Everything else, I have never been questioned. But you're saying because I sent it out to people who signed up for it, over 4,000 people in this community, maybe 500 of them have thanked me for doing this, because I'm the only person that gives them an understanding of what's going on. That is what public service is about. It's transparency. Transparency is a heck of a lot more important than anything else we do, because if we aren't transparent, We're never going to let the public will never be able to hold accountable the votes that are being taken by the public. No one is going to get me not to be transparent.
Thank you. My attitude coincides pretty much with Commissioner Hale's, and the concern I have is that we have one opportunity a year in March when that labor contract comes up, and that's our county manager, our employee, okay, our collective employee, and to go into the public through documents, through the press, and whatever else, what other means you use to either criticize or commend him for his job is tantamount to usurping that one opportunity in March that we have to make our comments in regards to the performance of our county manager. That troubles me. That troubles me. Okay, and it taints, in my eyes, the feelings of our community. It puts into their eyes that perhaps County Manager Cates is not doing a job, and that Douglas County is perhaps not a great place to work because of that. And that troubles me. And I think we need to be very careful about that. Whether or not you take issue with a commissioner on their voting of the issue, just because it agrees or disagrees with you, you can, we've stated, and I thought we collectively agreed that we would not call out the individual names of those commissioners, just that I happen to be on the losing side of that vote, or I happen to be on the winning side of that vote, and here's why I was, okay? Rather than calling out other commissioners and basically questioning whether or not they were in their right minds when they made those decisions. I am.
No, I would love for you to point out one instance that's happened, okay? And then I'll get up and apologize for that. And if you can't find one, I want you to get up here and apologize to everybody for making that statement.
I'd like to, may I have the floor?
Sure. Yes.
I don't have any problem with the factual pre-BOCC, post-BOCC. Those are great. I'm talking about criticizing employees. And I don't say sweep it under the rug. Do it appropriately. Watch the performance of the county manager, and when it's time for the evaluation, that is when you bring those things up. It's not like you're muzzled. And you could, if you want to have a second evaluation, ask the commission, see if the commissioners are every 6 months, if they wanted, whatever. You use the accurate, appropriate process that doesn't undermine the functioning of the county.
So I have here your newsletter as of January 14th, 2023, and therefore, based on what you said in this, I will not apologize to you. Everybody out in the public, so I'm just not going to get into that today, Commissioner Tarkanian.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
That's hard to refute if you don't know what it said, but we'll pull them up. And what date did you say?
Okay, so.
What date, just so I can look it up?
Okay, so there was a performance review basically of Patrick Cates in that.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Rice.
Thank you. What I'm hearing here is an interesting debate over the definition of the word transparent. It reminds me of a conversation had with a certain president a few years back who said that depends upon the definition of what is. This harkens back to that conversation. It's not making any sense. There's a difference between being transparent, which we try to be, and being accusatory under the guise of being transparent. And I think that's what much of this debate is about. And I don't think that us sitting here taking pot shots at each other is going to accomplish anything. I would like to get back to the issue at hand.
I agree. Okay, so we're on page, and I don't know, the pages are probably messed up here a little bit because of the redacted issue. Or
C7.
So C7, okay, C7 is where we were. I suggested some language in there, but I don't know that language is necessary in looking at item number 3 on there, because it says the board through a majority vote directs the county manager. So I don't know that additional language is needed down in C7. So So I will retract my suggestion there, okay?
It's section,
Section,
I can't give you the page number because
we're all on different. On section 4, item C, paragraph 7, right, is where we are?
Yeah.
Okay, so anything more on, and we, we went through these first 5 pages before, but anything more on those first 5 pages so we can get on, and now we've entered into D, right?
I would think on number 7, just saying, county commissioners shall not get involved in administrative functions, period.
Okay, I'm good with that. Anybody else?
I like keeping the second part because it tells you what to do. It tells you the appropriate way things happen. I'd like to keep it.
Anybody else?
Second.
Okay, you're going to withdraw that?
I will withdraw what I
Okay, you're going to withdraw that. Can we get
If you
past
want, if
page?
you want that second sentence to remain, I would say the board collectively establishes policies, period. And the fact that the county manager, we mentioned that to the county manager here, but it's not the county manager's norms and procedures, it's ours. So we know that the guy that works for us is the guy who implements the policy. We're the president, he's the whoever, no, never mind.
Once again,
Congress telling the
if we go back up to line 3, paragraph 3, the board through a majority vote directs the county manager to implement board policy decisions through administrative functions of the county.
Okay,
So,
so then we can delete the last paragraph, last sentence.
Maybe we just ask Mr. Ritchie to combine those two for us.
okay, I'm good. I'm good with that? Okay. We're going to combine line 3 and paragraph 3 and paragraph 7, is that right? Is that what you're saying?
That's what she said. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I'm good.
We sort of skipped ahead. I had a thought on section 4A, 7 and 9. 7, 8, 9.
What page are you on?
I'm on section 4, role of the commissioner, A, commissioner conduct in general. And then I have the version with the changes made, right?
I guess I have to get a hard copy of that next time.
Do you have the version with the changes made by Mr. Ritchie?
Yes.
Okay.
Now, give me again what you had. C what?
Section 4, A, number 7, 8, 9. I have a couple of thoughts on those.
Okay, I've got those.
Please
underlined.
proceed.
Okay. It says, any commissioner, it's number 7, any commissioner shall have the right to express dissent from, protest, or comment, and it goes from there. But then if you look down on 8, it says, once a vote is taken, each commissioner will individually support the decision or policy made by the board. So my suggestion would be to add during the meeting to number 7, somewhere in there, because that distinguishes when this conversation happens during a meeting, and then number 8 takes place after a vote is taken.
I have a question for Mr. Assistant District Attorney. What does the underlined portion of this area mean? Is this the new wording, or are we just making note of that you have to look at it, or what?
Sorry, it's red line format in Word. So it shows up, there should be a color, as well as underlined will show what has been added. And the deleted, stricken through language is the language that was there, but is now gone.
So what we had in our packet isn't what we're really looking at.
No, what they're attached to the agenda item was the red line, which was taking all the comments from the last meeting and trying, perhaps not well, to incorporate those into these changes.
There are no colors in my copy. They're all black underlined.
Oh, I'm sorry. If If you had printed them in color, they should have come out in
Yeah,
color.
and when I'm looking at my
online.
computer, I'm seeing the same, I'm making the same observation. Yeah, so it's
So, but I can
difficult.
give you page
But
numbers from
anyways,
the
I'm
agenda
on the same
packet.
page as you guys are now anyways.
Okay.
Understanding that it's supposed to be underlined in red. Okay.
And then my other, so this is agenda packet, page 283.
Yeah,
My other thought on number 9 was that's involving reconsideration, and we might want to put a little bit more meat on the bones of how something is brought for reconsideration. Clark County has some good language on that point.
you have some wording that you'd like to express in there?
Well, I think they say that a person who is on the minority side needs to be the one to bring forward something for reconsideration.
If I'm not
Wait,
mistaken.
majority.
Oh, I was
Yeah,
going to
got that
say,
wrong.
my
Sorry.
recollection of Robert's Rules of Order is that it takes somebody that was
Right,
in the
that's what
majority.
I meant.
Not in the minority.
Yeah.
Okay. It has to be somebody
and
in
then-
the majority.
And they have a certain number of days you have to bring it back within, or maybe they say that if it's a matter of a contract, then you can't reconsider. It's already, there's some language.
Okay, so you want to, you want it to read similar to what's in Robert's Rules of Order, that in order for reconsideration, a member on the prevailing side has to ask for reconsideration of that item within how many days? You want to put a date on, time on it, or? When it's still fresh? When it's still fresh, yeah. I mean, Commissioner Rice is indicating maybe we should have a time limit of maybe prior to the next board meeting so that the item is still fresh in our minds.
Yes, and maybe there should be a changed circumstances, like if, that you can bring it back if, under that situation as well.
Like a 2-week limit on it, 'cause then
Yeah, so maybe, and did we also state in there that it also requires a supermajority in order to have a vote of reconsideration? Because that's, once again, that's Robert's Rules of Order. I know that we don't have a parliamentarian, but we try to operate as closely as we can to that. Does that make sense to you, Mr. Ritchie?
It does. Let me see if I'll read to you what I have. If a commissioner who voted in favor of a matter wants the matter to be reconsidered, the commissioner has to place the item on a future agenda for the board's consideration within how much? Within
I would say no later than 30 days.
30
like that.
days of the vote. A supermajority or a simple majority?
No,
Supermajority?
supermajority.
Of
In other words,
the-
a supermajority must first take a vote to reconsider the item, and then the item can be reconsidered.
So there would be an agenda item on reconsideration, then it would be brought back for
If
reconsideration.
it passes, right. Okay.
Good.
Understanding that it takes a supermajority to vote to reconsider the item. Then it only if that vote prevails, or commissioners agree to rehear the item, then it only takes a simple majority then to pass the item or change it. Right, okay.
If
Okay.
I can have indulgence of the board, let me read this one more time. If a commissioner who voted in favor of a matter wants the matter to be reconsidered, the commissioner has the duty to place the item on a future agenda for the board's reconsideration within 30 days of the vote. A supermajority of the commissioners must vote in favor of the reconsideration of the matter before it is considered by the commissioners. Is that clear enough?
I think so.
Well, it's easier to process it in writing, but I'll
Massage it.
Yeah,
massage, yeah. Okay. So we're still on basically 5 of 14, page 284, is that right? For those of us on the computer, okay. What's that? 5 of 14.
Redacted copy,
Yes.
5 of 14.
Right. So, so last meeting, we got to page 5, and here we are again after what? 2 hours? Almost 2 hours? An hour, anyways. Okay, so now we're on page 286, is that right? Commissioner conduct with staff, and we've talked about that one, right? We've talked about that page. Have we made any changes to that page? Okay.
Mr. Ritchie's going to combine 3 and 7.
Oh, 3 and 7, okay. Okay. Can we move to page, I guess it's page 8, right? Page 288, 287, sorry. Commissioner conduct. Commissioner conduct with the public, right? I don't know how much it's growing on 4 o'clock. I don't know how much longer we want to stay on this, but we haven't really gotten too far today, have we? But once again, this is important. I can't stress that enough. And we need, these are going to be our operating rules for a couple of years. So we need to make sure that we're all comfortable with the wording and understanding of the wording. So we'll take whatever time needs to be taken on these items. Commissioner conduct with the public, have we gone through? Okay, that basically just says, we will try to, we will make the public feel welcome. Commissioners shall be partial and prejudiced and or shall not be partial or disrespectful to the public. Okay, any questions about that page or any clause of that page?
If I may, Chairman, item 4 has been an issue in the past. Under the rules, people should be addressed by their surname or sir or madam. That is frequently not done, understandably. But if the board is going to adopt the rules, they should probably follow them or modify that. That's just something I've observed over the last 10 years.
Unless there's an appropriate title.
Yep. Nope. No argument there. Any others, Mr. Ritchie, that you wish to call to our attention, commissioners? Okay. Okay, commissioner conduct with other agencies. That's item E. Okay. Okay, so item number 3 there, where we're being encouraged to serve perhaps as lobbyists on behalf of, to the state legislature on behalf of legislation. Item E3, individual commissioners can lobby or discuss with other legislators, government officials, or developers issues that have been adopted by the board or board policy. They should not represent themselves as the county if it is only an individual issue. So if we have not taken a stance universally, collectively on that issue, then we should make sure that if we're going to go before the state legislature, that we identify ourselves. I am Mark Gardner. I'm not speaking on behalf of the Douglas County Board of Commissioners when I am speaking on this issue. Make that perfectly clear, right? Okay. Okay. Huh? Well, it does say developers issues, and I guess that would, we have to be careful. You know, if we're going to get requests to meet with developers, then we need to be very careful when we do that. Should we do that? I've chosen not to because those are issues that are going to come before the board, and I want to keep my mind completely independent and clear of that. So I don't want to give any indication for or against that I'm in favor of that development. So.
There should
Yep.
Mr.
Not
Chairman.
unless the board has approved that, I guess.
In most of the organizations that I belong to, such as the TRPA, which is by state, when somebody's giving opinion, what they say is, my name is so-and-so, I'm at this with that. However, I'm speaking as an individual and not as a representative of my organization. And that clears the whole thing.
And we pretty much ask that of our advisory boards and commissions as well, okay? Where they have a particular feeling on something, but it's not the position of that particular board, advisory board. They should also state that also. I'm not speaking on behalf of the Airport Advisory Committee. I'm not speaking on behalf of Parks and Recreation. So I'm not speaking on behalf of whatever it is. So that they are expressing their independent, individual attitude. Okay. Can we go on to the next page then, I guess? How far do we want to go into this, folks? Well, we have two other items on the agenda still. We have board updates, and we also have closing public comment. So
I'm good wrapping up, but I think first thing next time we should talk about how to get something on an agenda.
Yes, okay. Okay, because I think there's a lot of misperception about that. Okay. Anyways, okay. So you want to close up the discussion today on this, and we'll go to the last two items on the agenda.
Please.
Okay, so we'll make notes. We're on page two, the current page 288. That won't necessarily remain that way, right?
Or
So, yeah. Okay. Okay. So where we RICS, we've discussed commissioner conduct with other agencies. So where we'll pick up on that is item F, commissioner conduct with committees, right? Okay, very good. Thank you very much. We do need to go to public comment because this is for possible action. Not that we will take any action, but we have to have public comment on that. So at this time, I'll entertain public comment on.
End of the deal.
Yeah. So I will entertain public comment at this time on the board norms and procedures.
James McCallum for the record. I don't know if this helps or not, but I wanted to give an example. I'm on the Ranchos board. People are texting me, emailing me, calling me for their street to be plowed. And we have a prescribed order that we plow streets, the busiest streets first, cul-de-sacs, smaller streets last. If I called up the general manager and said, hey, I need you to go plow Elm Street, then I'm taking it away from the order in which the busiest streets get plowed. What I do when people do that is I call the general manager, how are we doing on snow plowing? And he was in a plow when I called him and said, this is where we are. Then I let that person know, this is where we are. So I'm not directing something to an individual, but I'm simply checking on the process, making sure it's being done, and getting back to that person and said, well, this is kind of where you are. And I think that that's the right way to handle that kind of thing. I don't know if that helps or not, but I wanted to offer that. Thank you.
Additional public comment?
Ted Gaines. I'd like to state to start with that I have never talked to Mr. Tartanian outside of here. I've talked to Mr. Noenstat once, I believe, and may have left him a message another time outside of this commissioners. I appreciate the transparency and what they're trying to get across to the people. They're trying to get the transparency out so people know what's going on in here. Now, I sit here and listen to the people arguing about what they shouldn't do and what they're not supposed to tell. Let's talk about Wesley here. 1 month, he wants to send the diesel tax to the people to vote on because we can't come up with it and he don't have a dog in that fight, and let the people decide. The very next month, he had talked to his wife. He knew we were going to put up a petition against the convention center. So 3 commissioners voted to guarantee money to that commission. How can 3 commissioners, when they knew it was going to get turned down? Wesley said nothing gets passed in Douglas County, knew it was going to get turned down, but they committed to do the money. Now, Mr. Gardner there is picking on Mr. Chartanian for being transparent. Did you not work with Jerry, the auto builder, down in by TRE on his sprinkler issue? You spent time with him. You told him you would get it resolved. You worked with him. Then all of a sudden on the agenda, that showed up. So you spent time with an individual out there to get across, whether it was good or whether it wasn't good. You did spend time with that individual. I know because I talked to that individual clear through the whole thing. I think the sprinkler should be in there as a builder. Now, you pick on people about talking to, or I don't say pick. Danny's got his opinions. He put it in there. Opinions are a good thing. Now, our county manager laughed at me, snickered, when I told him that one of his main people in this county, the head of the building department, laughed at me and told me to bring it on if I didn't like it because he knew he had a whole string of attorneys. Now, through that issue, there were 6 people involved. 5 of them got fired from the county. I questioned the authority of our code enforcer. Oh, she's completely competent. She knows what she's doing. She's qualified. She got fired for not being qualified in what she was doing. She had no qualifications at all. Our county manager quit taking any emails, anything, just said this deal's done. So there's no transparency in this county, as people have said, as I have said earlier with my request. But I thank you, Danny. I thank you, Walt, for what you guys have been trying to do. I do know that Mr. Ingalls tried to put several things on the agenda. He got blackballed. He didn't get them on, as Danny's not getting his stuff on. But our new commissioner here was more than happy to put the same person back as chairman. When you haven't been on the board, you didn't know what was going on. You should have let the other 4 make a decision, in my opinion. Thank you.
Additional public comment regarding norms or procedures.
Thank you, Commissioner. Jason Gibson, business research consultant. Got about 20 years into that before retiring at the age of 28. Had a baby, sold about $1 billion in office equipment, did a few things back in the day. Been talking to commissioners about the need to hire student interns to improve communications and dialogue, to foster communications, public relations, conduct research. It's really important to be properly informed. If you hired somebody for 5 to 10 hours a week, they would be stoked to be working for you. You know, they would really give them a career as opposed to a job kind of thing, working with a commissioner or working with a county manager or other public elect or public servants. Those people could help respond to public inquiries in a timely manner, take the stress off, you know, keep a calendar for you online. They could draft letters of official correspondence and have you proofread them before they go out. That would really be something that we would appreciate, you know, receiving a personal letter from your commissioner. Scheduling appointments, you know, you guys can't keep up on it all. Have them schedule your appointments. Keep an online calendar. Maintaining a public Facebook page. Imagine that. Not your personal account, but a public Facebook page for Commissioner Tarkanian and friends. I know you already got 2, but you need somebody to help you with pictures, with on-the-fly interviews, with a little bit of radio. Sharing a view, it's really important to share those posts to groups, to other special event pages. That's how everything's happening, folks. It's online. That's, you know, absolutely necessary. In terms of organizing and promoting town halls and supporting casual coffee shops with your local commissioner, you need a PR person, Mark. You need somebody who wants to work for you 1 to 2 hours a day. and then just run it through your chain of command when you're ready to make, the final decision or the spin on it. But you don't need to be dealing with all those details like that. As far as public interviews, you guys are great speakers. It'd be good to see you out doing more interviews. Turkanian's ahead of the game on that. Radio updates, public radio updates. Hey, this is your commissioner. We're doing this, that, and the other. If you got something you want to say, give us a shout out kind of thing. Photographs. Taking photographs on the fly. We wanted to hype the leadership council that Commissioner Rice and Gardner went to, and we just couldn't get to you in time. Anyway, we've been having this discussion for like 6 to 12 months. We're here to help you with it if you want, but it's time for you guys to hire your own personal student interns.
Thank you. Is there any additional public comment here in chambers? Seeing none. Ms. Johnson, is there any public comment online?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marsha Johnson for the record. At this time, there's no public comment online.
Okay. We'll bring it back to the board. Once again, this doesn't require action, so we'll just table this again for time at the next Board of Commissioners meeting. Okay. So we'll go into item number 12, presentation only, announcements, reports, updates from county commissioner members, including updates on various boards and or commissions that they may be a member of or a liaison to, or meetings, functions they have attended, and any requests by a commissioner for discussion of a future agenda item. Commissioner Hales, we'll start down there at the end. Anything you wish to offer?
I'll just note that I enjoyed the NNDA function, can't remember the name of it, State of the Counties. It was very good and felt like we are looking good amongst our peers. And that's all.
Commissioner Turkanian? Commissioner Nosad? Commissioner Rice?
Yes. Unfortunately, I could not attend the TRPA meeting, which was the first meeting for James Settlemeyer as the representative of the state of Nevada on the TRPA. And he let me know about it. Unfortunately, I was at another meeting that I had to be at. And luckily, most of the issues that came before the board all had to do with the building permit in North Lake. So it was not even in the Nevada side. So we will, I'm sure, pick that up next time I'm there. And at the TTD board meeting, they have engaged Wood Rogers to do a study of integration of the different traffic entities around Lake Tahoe, trying to get them integrated into a seamless service so that people can actually in the future go all the way from the senior center in Gardnerville all the way to Lake Tahoe, to the Sand Harbor, all the way up to our beautiful bay up there. And not in my lifetime, but in the future, maybe 10 years down the road, there should be an integrated system throughout North and South Lake Tahoe, going down into Carson City as well as into Minden. And that's what we're working on for the future. Thank you.
Thank you. I just have a couple of items to report. Number one, I also attended the NNDA State of the Counties presentation last Wednesday morning, where our county manager, Patrick Cates, gave a very comprehensive overview of the county, both last year's accomplishments and going forward and what we intend to try to accomplish this year. So I commend him and compliment him on that presentation. It was very, very thorough and very good, very enlightening. And I think those in attendance really enjoyed it. Secondly, in that regard, well, not in that regard. Secondly, I just want to inform the public and the community and my fellow commissioners, I will be out of town starting on Wednesday of next week through the following Wednesday, in attendance at the National Association of Counties legislative session in Washington, D.C., and hopefully talking with Senators Masto and Rosen about perhaps maybe some county issues that we might ask them to try to address. Don't anticipate a lot of luck with that, but you can't get turned no. If you can't get a no if you don't ask, right? So I intend to ask. In addition to that, this coming actually tomorrow, I'll be representing the county in regards to the Carson Valley Visitors Authority annual retreat. We're all retreating all the way to the Gardnerville station for a half-a-day session. So anyways, other than that, I have nothing else to report. So anyways, with that then, if nobody else has anything else, we'll go to closing public comment. So at this time, public comment will be taken on those items that are within the jurisdiction and control of the Board of Commissioners, or those agenda items where public comment has not already been taken. Is there any public comment here in chambers?
Progressive report there, Commissioner Gardner. Look forward to hearing more about that. You know, it's impossible. Jason Gibson here, wrapping things up. Thank you. It's impossible to talk about whole systems or holonomics without offending people. But we have to do what must be done because, well, people just aren't talking enough about it. When you're on the clock and calendar, toiling away for your equally economic existence, it's keep your mouth shut, your head down, do what you're told. So, as you know, the U.S. and its NATO allies under the de facto government of Joe Biden, the Democratic Party, have declared war on the major nuclear powers. That's Russia, China, North Korea, Iran, and Iraq. And nobody's really registering the weight or the depth or the seriousness of that situation. There's not a single municipality in the United States that's actually ready for something like this. No matter if you're Republican or Democrat, it's always going to be the lesser of two evils because it's a ghost corporation. It's not a nation, it's not a republic, it's not a democracy, it's a ghost corporation. Time is money. It started with President Trump when he murdered the Iranian general on January 2nd, 2020, from his country club party. He released a torrential planetary moral emergency and a pandemic. And in doing so, China, Russia, Iran, and Iraq all came out and said that it was an act of war without congressional approval and that every American would be paying the price. That America would be going down from within. And 40 to 50 days later, COVID hit. These are the facts. Now, our Constitution says all political power is inherent in the people. Government is instituted for the protection, security, and benefit of the people, and they have the right to alter or reform the same whenever the public good may require it. That's what comes first. To validate and back up my numbers, each one of these meetings is costing the people of Douglas County $44,000 on average. $88,000 a month for 2 meetings. The numbers from the payment batch register are there for you to review. Everybody's salaries are listed there. The commissioners, Patrick Cates, Mr. Rich, y'all's are costing us $44,000 a meeting. We need to pick up the pace with our communication, get with the program here sooner than later because the window of opportunity is closing.
Thank you. Additional public comment?
Ted Gaines. Again, I want to thank Mr. Tartanian. As I said, I hadn't talked to him before, didn't even vote for the man. So, I repeat to what I gave you this morning on our county manager calling hearsay. I gave you the documentation with the signatures on it No equipment on the job, no electrical done, no nothing, but that inspector signed it off. Okay, now, that was the proof on it. That was the same inspector that took the $500,000 interest, zero interest note and was doing inspections in that man's house. The same inspector that I believe got removed from the county or quit, and they sealed all his documents, so somehow he got brought back to the county so he could get his retirement. Now, Mr. Cates thinks this is all funny, so you talked about on March. I think you need to really look into this because my opinion is you are not getting the honest truth out of our county manager. Now, he is called hearsay, he's called the document's not true, whatever it is. I'm getting proof on some other documents that, according to everybody in the county, he misled you. Our Mark there, he wants to back our county manager. That's fine. But transparency is the big thing here. Now, it's funny. I hand all these requests in. We got legal counsel answering them for me, talking to the community development, the building department, deciding what to give me, basically. Now, I sent a request in to East Fork Fire. They said we need clarification. I gave it to them on the 9th. On the 10th, I had every document they had. They didn't talk to legal counsel. They didn't talk to anybody. They just went in their drawer, pulled the whole thing out, and sent it to me. That's how I got the documentation that Mr. Ritchie sent me in December. The only reason I got it is because they found out I already had it, so they didn't care. Now, transparency, you guys are trying to kill it with these meetings. I just gave that to you. Just because you got people that are trying to be transparent, and I hope Charla is paying attention to some of this because transparency is a good thing. The old commissioners used to come out to the jobs and look at things and evaluate and talk to people. We don't have that anymore. We're trying to hide everything we do. And I've gave you tons and tons of proof of it. The chairman there, he talks to me about NRS. Well, I've gave you tons of NRS violations that our building department's doing. I don't see our legal counsel do anything about it. We've got people, the heads of our departments, sending people home for being insubordinate, paying them why he sent them home, and for doing their job, for doing exactly what they're supposed to do, and I have proof of that. But our county manager don't care.
Thank you. Is there any additional public comment here in chambers? Sensing none, Ms. Marcia Johnson, is there public comment online?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marcia Johnson for the record. At this time, there's no public comment online.
Okay. Bring it back to the board, and based on that, the meeting is hereby adjourned. See you in 2 weeks.